All right, good morning. Let me see. Fresh on that side, but I'm gonna go fresh on this side. Welcome. Okay, I didn't want to spend too much time like letting the stream just run, so I tried to start it later. Because technically I was supposed to start at 9:30, but this is early. I'm doing good. Um, I definitely have plenty of stuff to do today. But it's Wednesday, it's content day, all the good things. So, yeah, I'm like still trying to make sure I'm streaming consistently. I think the last stream was on Friday, so this is good. At least I will have streamed again this week. But, yeah, anyways, I realized yesterday that I completely forgot that the startup school sessions started yesterday. So I definitely need to catch up because I don't want to get how I want to do this. I don't want to get behind in doing the stuff for startup school. Like it's shorter than the one I sat in on last year, but I know the content is good and the topic is also timely. So I'm just moving some stuff around on my screen. Let me see what I got going on over here. Okay. Well, I guess I could have just moved the whole desktop. Let's just do that. But yes. So today I don't have like any major meetings. I do have a bunch of items on my to-do list. Like I'm starting a Python certification. I'm teaching that starting in July, like the second week in July, or like the Monday right after the holiday, um, is when that session starts. So I've got to start working on my prepping my materials and everything for that. And then I think I still have some paperwork I have to do for the organization that I'm teaching for, which is DAPSEP, by the way. Um, and what else? I need to check in on this bug in this one client app that I've been working on. It's like a bug in like we're using SendGrid to do email drip campaigns, and it's something is off about the API right now. But I just need to look and see. I had another developer that was working on it. She's very, very capable. So if she's still running into an error on that, I definitely want to check and see. But I think we have like a ticket open to Twilio right now. Like it was bad. It. She tried enough stuff that she opened up a ticket. So I do want to go and double check just to put another set of eyes on it. But if there's anything I can do to get around that, I need to. So that's like another thing. Let me see. I got a list. I did make the timesheet template. Oh, I need to schedule these one-on-ones for the interns, Code 2040 logistics. I did this. Oh yeah, I'm speaking for an event on Saturday. I'm giving like closing remarks for the entire day, so that's fun. I'm excited, but I'm also nervous, and I need to write my speech, I guess you could say, because I think I get like 20 minutes. So I'm trying to think when is the last time I did a talk, like an actual like speech more so than like a technical presentation. I know I'm gonna get up there and it'll be natural, but I still at least need to have talking points and kind of know where I want to go with it. What kind of story do I want to tell? So, let me see. Did I write that on here? Because somehow I think the speech part is not on here. I did this. Oh, I'm working on the web pages for any of the like workshops and courses that I'm going to be offering. I'm about to do like a whole little summer school thing. So if there's a few different courses that people could sign up for, but I need to finish putting the pages up. So I'm definitely gonna work on that today. That's something I can like actually show my screen on. So Going to work on that, and I am also working on updating the um, my program page for Detroit Hacker House. Actually, I think this is like the biggest priority today. Hold on. I'm gonna make a fresh list. I have not been using my planners again. Like I feel like I'm in a planner like rut, and I have multiple planners right now. Okay, I bought this one. Let's just use this one. The other one that I have is undated, but hold on. Let me do this. The other one I have is undated. This one is also undated, but oh, I guess I can't do that. Okay. I don't know why I bought another. The other one has more things in it. It has like fitness tracking in there and stuff like that. But realistically, like right now, I don't know. I'm really struggling with that. So I'm like, I don't know if that means I should use it or I shouldn't use it. Yeah, so much life going on. Yeah, I'm been struggling with my planner, but I at least have to have a task list or something like, and just can check stuff off. I like bullet journaling. I loved bullet journaling for a lot of years. I kind of fell out of it. I keep trying that digital planner thing, and I never like. I feel like my iPad is always dead. I literally have a very nice, cute, like I don't know what do you use for digital planning, because I think I have a brand new like virtual. I'm trying to think which app it's in. Is it in my Good Notes app? Yeah, I think I have a Good Notes planner. It's super cute, and I never fucking use it. I love to bullet journal though, but I just felt like it was getting away from me. And maybe it's because I haven't. I don't know. Maybe I should try that again, but I just like to be able to have everything kind of already organized and laid out. And with bullet journaling, like, I don't know. Maybe I got it. Maybe I got let it get overly complicated. Maybe. It could be me. I could be the problem. Um, but I am kind of particular about my bullet journaling. Because I like to use dot grid notebooks. Not that I have to, but anyways, I bought this planner. Actually, it's funny. I need to post it today because I took pictures of this when I bought it. I don't know what month this is. I was about to start. What? I'm about to go through with some whiteout, even though the pages are the pages are cream. It was literally just like a cheap planner that I bought at like, it had to be like a Target or a Walmart or something like that. It had to be like Target. So I'm sure it was like uh less than $10. And in my head I was just like, girl, you just need a planner. Like, what are you doing? But it's not like I haven't been using my planners lately. I feel like I think my planner ended at an awkward time. Oh, I know what it was. I had a 3 month planner because I had like a 12-week year style planner earlier in the year. So that was only like 3 months. And I think once I fell out of like using that one, or once that one kind of like ended, I never picked anything back up. And then next thing I know, I was like, what? I'm struggling. So I'm going to get my life together. But sometimes I end up in like the analysis paralysis trying to figure out what the heck I want to use type thing. This one's really simple though. I think this was probably, let me see. I can tell you, yeah, this was May that I was probably doing here because I can tell. But it's nothing crazy in here. Let me see what's on the front page. Well, I think my personal info. Oh, yeah. So it doesn't have anything crazy. That's for the month. And then all the weeks look like this. And that's it. Real simple, real straightforward. My concern is that I won't Like I got this other one. Hold on. This one says, "Let's do this," and it looks like the different notebooks I've been using. So yeah, simple. I'm like, simple is good, but realistically, the things that stress me out the most are like right now keeping track of. I really need to be like working out. Like I really need to be. Um, in my heart of hearts, like like at this point I have not like gotten back to consistently working out. And then the thing is, I just bought a new car, so I can't depend on like, but up until now, like for the past few years, I did not own a car. So it's like, but I live in an area that's very walkable, which is why I don't like, that's the trade off pretty much. So that being said, all of my fitness management has been like pretty much just the fact that I move around a lot and I will walk at least like 30 minutes a day. So now that I am driving again, I have to be very fucking careful with that because I know before, like, I used to take how much walking I did for granted because I live in the same area where I went to college. So I always was walking, which is why I never really cared for having a car down here. But then I remember the first time I moved off campus, like to the other side of the city, I gained so much weight. Like it caught me off guard because I didn't think like I wasn't thinking too hard about it, but I didn't realize like probably from that point, ever since I was like 18, and that had to be like mid 20s by the time I had moved off campus. I always lived on campus. I always had jobs in and around campus too. And like if I needed to, I would catch the bus and stuff like that. And then when I was in high school, I caught the bus and everything. So it's like all that walking does a lot for you that you don't realize until you're not doing it no more. So all that being said, um, I'm inclined to get into this other planner that I've been working on. And let me say this, because I noticed too, like sometimes I need to be able to be flexible. I Both of these are undated, and I'm that person that I don't care about like just picking back up in the planner if I ended up skipping days. And that's what I think that all that being said, I could just start in this one today. I could just start and try it. Like I could try it for the next week and just see. And if it doesn't work out, then I could just switch back to the other one. And I don't know, because sometimes I feel like I get stuck on the idea of like, oh, now I have to commit to this planner for the next however long. And that's not really true. I could try this one today. I could try that one tomorrow, technically, if I really wanted to. They both be in my bag all the time anyway. And at some point, I'm probably gonna separate out like I at least need to separate out some level of like business into its own area. So I don't know, just kind of spitballing for real. But this one is cute. It says let's do this, and it is a planner, but it also has a bunch of stuff for fitness tracking, just overall like mental health. Like this is a little bit more of a like this is a good layout for me right now, because I feel like what's gonna happen is I'm gonna start trying to track too much stuff in that other planner, and it's gonna start stressing me out. Okay, so it starts like this. This is the opening. I don't think this one has monthlies at all. Yeah, this one is just daily. Okay, so yep, and then it also, I know it has enough this is pretty similar to the one I was using before. It has enough time slots for my day on here. It helped me organize my thoughts a little bit. Then they have the meal plan page, which I need to get my life together. And then the fitness and movement, and then like stretching, that's over here. So it's not crazy, and I like the layout. This also was like less than $10. I think I bought this one from Walmart. And then this is the wrap up for the day. Let me see. Yeah. So like you do have like a reflection, the self-care, meditation, and rest. So like this is literally what I want. I'm like, the dopamine is happening. Yes, so I'm gonna use this one. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, you tried to be for advanced. Oh, you followed us over to Twitch, huh? Yeah. So I'm gonna go with this one, but it's cute too. Like it is the dopamine. You need that. But I only did 1 day in here so far, so I'm pretty much starting fresh. Um, but yeah, I have been whenever I've been falling off from my oh shoot. Let me see. I gotta be careful with my USBs. Um, hold on. Where is it? Where are you? What is it called? Why can't I see it? Did I delete it? Oh no, there it is. I'm trying to fix the music. What was I gonna say? Something about the planner, and it was cute. I don't know. I don't know. I need to get my life together though, and yeah, this planner I think is pretty decent. Oh, I was saying, one thing I have been doing is, even though I have been falling off of my planners, whenever I'm not using a planner, I have been using my notebook. So I bought this note. This notebook is almost empty. So this is what I've been using. I just been keeping notes in here. So this one literally is on like the last few pages. It says I cry a lot, but I am so productive. I got this from like what's the print shop called? FedEx. Like randomly the FedEx like shop. And I have another one. I don't know. I feel like I haven't had a planner talk in a minute, so this is worth having. I have an artist, a little artist. He turns 3 this weekend. So these are like paper covers, so he been drew all over these. But a lot of this notebook has been consumed by baby boy. I have some like only like some meeting notes in here. I was writing in both of these at the same time, but I really used the other one more. And I was like, I have a couple notes in here, but this one actually has a lot of pages besides all of the random doodles from Justice. But I think right now this could be just for notes. Um, that's what I'm thinking. And see, I've been just buying planners again and notebooks. This moleskin is just I bought it just because I ain't gonna lie. I bought it because moleskin notebook. This is what I usually bullet journal in, but this one is lined. I only bought a line because it was the right color that I wanted, as you could see by the rest of the screen. Um, I started writing business goals in here, like for a very specific, like I started this for a very specific purpose. So I'm not really using this as a general notebook. I'm using this more so for um, like my revenue tracking and stuff for my business. So that gets to have its own little world. I have this notebook, which is more so, this is more, I'm planning on using this more for long term, like my bigger goals, like 5-year, 10-year goals, like laying out a lot of that stuff in there. So those will probably hang around for a while. And I don't carry this one every day. It usually sits on my desk. So let me see. Do I have any other notebooks on me right now? Oh, I have bought this random one. I tried this. See, I be trying stuff at least. The same day I bought those notebooks from FedEx, I bought these. And oh, I guess I put a lot of stuff in here. This was just a yearly calendar. So it literally just has a year a monthly spread for every, it has a spread for every month, and that's it. So this is like good high level, and I have somewhat been keeping track in here of different things. So I keep this one. Is this one easy to keep in my bag? I keep this one in my bag, and I think this pairs well with this other planner because there's no like monthlies in there anyway. But yeah, most of these, like a couple of these, like just are in my bag on a regular basis. And I'm gonna stick to this one today. I'm also gonna keep the yearly calendar out because I do need to make sure that some of the upcoming events are in there. And then I might end up using this one. I might turn this one into like a project planner. But for right now, I haven't really done anything in it, so it's good. It's in the queue. um, hey Fizzy. But yeah, this one came from Walmart, I think. Where is it? Is this live? No, it's not live. Y'all funny. when have I, when have I ever not been live? Oh, did I lose y'all? We're back. Okay. I was like, I gotta be careful with the cables. Had to cancel a conference, concerned parents and all. Oh, that sucks. Um, we have to circle back on. I forget what area you're actually in. If you found anything in your area, but yeah, this planner I think I bought it from Walmart, and it definitely was less than $10. So I'm just saying because y'all know I really love what's it called? I really love Happy Planner. Like I feel like I can't hear myself as much as I normally could. Yeah, so basically what I was doing is I had a Happy Planner which is like on discs. Like this is the last one I was using last year. Um I usually keep two different layouts. So I kept two different layouts on here. This is my first time trying the mini size, like this size. I like this size because it's very compact, and for me to be a person who likes to put like multiple planner layouts on the same set of rings, um, this was easy to carry around. It's just they don't have as many layout styles in this size. Uh, I was trying to see if I had another planner I could show you, but I've used all the other ones. Let's just call it an intermission. Yeah. Oh, when I hit the USB, or if I unplug my plug and unplug my keyboard, then it throws off the whole like USB connection. It resets the whole connection, which also resets my Ethernet. So interesting. Intermission. I missed the intermission. Oh, I see. I did get another like notification that it had popped back up. Well, anyways, I was just talking to myself for a lot of it. But yeah, I got a plan. But I love Happy Planner. I love them so much. But the small planner like that, that's a really nice size to carry around all the time. It's just that I really didn't have. Why does it keep doing that? It's stressing me out. As long as you don't answer yourself, you're good. By whose judgment is that based on though? I think it's funny because some people I found out like some people don't have inner dialogues, right? Like or inner do they call it inner dialogue or inner monologue? 'Cause those are two different things. Hold on. Let me see. Do they call it an inner dialogue or inner monologue? This is so off subject. I need to know though. Because that I had this thought recently Inner dialogue, also known as internal monologue or inner speech. I think I have inner monologue, not dialogue though, maybe sometimes. Exactly. Exactly. Because that's the thing. Like, well, for one, the fact that some people do not have an inner dialogue is like mind blowing to me. And I just found this out like as a very full grown adult. So I was like very perplexed by that. So that's one. But also, whether it's a dialogue or a monologue, I think is different too. Because if it's a dialogue, which the actual name assumes like it's a conversation. So that's technically you're just not saying it out loud, but you're talking to yourself. Um, but even if it's a monologue, it's still a dialogue. It's still a dialogue, right? Like, who's to say like what's the borderline between me talking to myself being a monologue or a dialogue? Like, I don't know. Don't listen to me. I'm just saying stuff. Aphantasia. I haven't heard of that. What's that? Hold on. Let me use my little tool. My little It's just me talking to nothing, not answering myself. But are you not? The thing is, are you like? I feel like when you're thinking, like you kind of are answering yourself. Like everything that you like, the stream of thoughts are follow up to the previous thought. You know, I'm stretching it, but I feel like it's still talking to yourself no matter what. I don't know if we got I don't think we got a task list in here, Fizzy. Something I gotta work on. Y'all, Fizzy, there's no task list. I'm not like all the other streamers. I don't have my shit together. I'm nothing like those other people. We didn't even used to have those. Like, come on, just write it down. Um, yeah, the inner dialogue thing really like still stresses me out because I'm still processing it. I feel like I learned this in the last year, maybe 2 years, but it's a relatively recent like discovery to me as a person who literally has a constant stream of thoughts going at any point in time. It's between you talking out loud or in your head. Yeah, because like I'm just saying this. This is all I'm saying. Has nothing to do with nothing. What makes a dialogue is like say two people are having the conversation, right? One person is having a follow up is has some type of follow up statement to what the previous person said. It goes on and on. Even if two people aren't necessarily responding directly to each other, like because some like you could be arguing, you don't even have to be hearing what the other person is saying, but you are still responding to them. So then if you think about a monologue, which hypothetically is just assuming like that it's a one way conversation, there's only one person in the conversation. So and like usually I don't know, I think everybody probably thought process is different. For me, like if I'm trying to think about like what planner to use, I'm definitely responding to myself in some type of way. I'm not like making two characters and talk like the two characters aren't talking. I feel like maybe that's the borderline. I don't know. But I'm just thinking like, I could do that. Well, no, but okay, possibly. Well, what about this part? Like, that's a conversation. That's a dialogue, in my opinion. And that's that's just a random thought for the day. If you have a negative self-talk, you can partition it into a character and give it less power over your thoughts. If um, I want one. I request add a command. If you want to come over here and be a mod and put in some work, you could definitely add commands. But we're not there yet. It's on my to-do list. If I say see an apple in your mind, what do you see? An apple. And some people, I know some people can't see the picture thing. I think I've realized that recently. It's crazy. Like I can literally see an apple. I can see different types of apples. I can see a candy apple. I can see a green apple. I can see a red apple. I can see somebody holding an apple. What is it called when you talk to yourself out loud? I think that is when people feel like there is an issue, but my thought process is that the big thing is that when I'm talking to myself out loud, this is the same way my inner monologue works. I just I also like narrate it. So I think it can be weird, just the simple fact that some people do not have an inner dialogue at all. So therefore they have nothing to base it on. So like versus me being the type of person where I'm like, no, I literally have a stream of thoughts like always going. Sometimes I am like speaking them out loud, but pretty much that's the same way that my inner monologue works. So I still feel like if I can have an inner dialogue and that not be a problem, it hypothetically really shouldn't necessarily be a problem when I say it out loud. I think the real like quote unquote issue is when you are starting to like make those into separate people. Then that's when your mental health will start to be called into question for sure. But at the same time, like I said, who's really to say? Because like nobody has ever heard anybody else's like inner dialogue. So I don't know. It's just an interesting thing to think about, to be honest. It could be two trains of thought in one mind. Yeah, that's when they admit you to the psych ward for sure. But I mean, I think it's like borderline. But yeah, if I'm like once I'm like two different personalities, then that is a clinical like diagnosis. But then like somebody, but again, like if I have an inner dialogue, it's not really that I'm talking out loud. It's like judging the conversation that is being had almost. I don't know. I'm not trying to get on the whole like side note of like mental health diagnoses and things like that, because it's a lot to that. But it's just definitely very interesting to me that the just because like if I'm just having a whole conversation in my head, you would never know. And people like who do have inner dialogue just consider inner dialogue to be normal. But then people who don't have inner dialogue consider it all to be kind of like weird and shaky and iffy. And maybe that's the real like that's really the like the challenge, because it never occurred to me that everybody's brain didn't work like that. Um, oh, I'm doing a Python certification this summer because I'm teaching one already for a program in Detroit for like 18 to 24-year-olds, and that starts I start teaching the second week in July. So I'm going to run a Python certification that people can register for. That's I'll be working on the work on the page today because I was showing that last stream. I think. Um, PCEP dot. I started working on this, so I have to put all the content in here and everything. But yeah, this Python certification is designed to pass the PCEP, which is the entry level Python certification. PCEP. So yeah, I'm already teaching a certification program. My students have to pass this exam, so I'm gonna put together Well, I'm gonna offer that training. Oh, I should have left that one. History. What is it when you speak your thoughts out loud? Just talking to you. I mean, what is it? It's not. It's not anything. People just call it. People people perceive it in different ways. Cause I always like it's like I'm thinking out loud, literally thinking out loud. Like what do you think thinking out loud was then if you don't have like wait, but isn't it like some people they have to like have the conversation outwardly in order to think? Is that what it is? I don't know. See, now I'm just this stuff is so interesting and fascinating to me for no reason. But what else do you see when you think of that? Like I see an apple on a tree in an orchid. I can see an apple or orchard. Orchard. Yeah, I can see an apple or orchard if I want to. Like whatever. It just when you say apple, I just see apple. Then I'm like, what kind of apple? And I could just see different types of apples. Or I could see apples in different settings. I could see apples on a tree. I could see that little book. The it's a Dr. Seuss uh books. Is it is it in this one? I could see some Dr. Seuss book with apple. Is it books apples? 10 apples up on top. That I think that's it. I could see like a coloring of like a it might be this. It might be another one, but I could see like a picture like a picture of like a little green tree with apples on it. But it makes me think about like I'm seen that in a Dr. Seuss book. It's like I can recall things I've seen. I could see a version of an apple that probably doesn't exist. Like I could see it in the color that an apple wouldn't be. I could see a slice. I could see a knife slicing an apple. 10 apples up on top. Oh, this book. I used to like this book. I don't know why. I loved to read when I was a child. Oh, I gotta show y'all something that I got. Um, I'm about to work on this website real fast too while we talking. When I see an apple, I see a red apple with a stem and a leaf on blackness, but I can visualize any apple in any context, but the red on black hyper realistic visualization is the default. Depends on if it's intentional to make them separate people or not. It's actually a therapy tool to purposely separate thought patterns when your own thoughts are harmful to yourself. It's so interesting, right? Because it's like that's why I think the line is blurred because that is also like separating the thoughts into people is also borderline a clinical diagnosis, but at the same time, it's seen as a useful treatment on the flip side, which is why I say the line is really just blurred at the end of the day. Because if I sit here and I'm having a dialogue with myself, it's more so the judgment of what kind of conversation is happening more so than whether or not I'm actually talking to myself. Because as far as I'm concerned, me having a stream of like statements that I am having. No, even if it's not like responding back to myself directly, that still is a dialogue. I'm still talking to myself. I'm using what was previously stated typically to like come up with the next statement most likely. And that's how I think. Like that's how I work through problems and stuff like that. But I feel like, and even if I say it out loud, people don't judge me when I think out loud. I think out loud all the time. Literally, my whole stream is me thinking out loud. People don't judge me for that. People would judge how that conversation is going more than anything else. Um, because realistically, all of those things could be considered good or bad. Let's get technical. Let's get tech in. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, this is the live stream. I'm about to be here all day. Like I don't have coworkers, so y'all my coworkers. And I never sat in the office and didn't talk and didn't sit around doing random stuff and having the most odd, like the most odd, just like conversations. It's like, why are you even talking about that? Why are we even talking about this? Ooh wee. My friend who deals with a lot of trauma calls her negative inner voice Gertrude. Damn, Gertrude is being a bitch again. That's interesting. Like my approach to the like negative self talk is positive self talk. So it's like I am talking to myself. I just don't give my like I'm not like giving the other thought process like a name. I just respond to the negativity with something positive. So it's like I'm literally fucking talking to myself. I'm literally talking to myself. It's all talking to yourself. It's all talking to yourself. I wish people were more open minded about it, but I think the fact like it helps me understand maybe where some of the like misconceptions come from. Just the fact that like everybody's brain does not work like that in the first place. Are the training opportunities in the city? The one I'm going to do a Python certification online, but yeah, the other one is like I'm teaching that in person. That's a specific program that I got hired to teach. And since I had to build a curriculum anyway, I'm like I might as well offer that. But I'll be offering a class online. Um, oh, hold on, it's gonna blip again. Okay. Um. Me trying to get into that cert. I don't know how. I'll let y'all know. I literally am working on the page, and but it is a registration fee and stuff like that. For the record, I am working on the page and everything. I'm gonna finish that page up today. So if you hang around, you'll see when I'm working on it. But right now, I don't have all of the content up on the page. The page is live. It's pcep.metadevworld.com. But I think like I already went in and set up the registration link. So like technically you can actually register for the course. It's just more so I still need to get this site together with so you know like what content, what's the breakdown of the different modules, um, and just more information about what people are actually signing up for. So I'll be working on this later today. Ooh, those must be NPCs, the ones who don't have inner thoughts. No, they don't have inner thoughts. They just have outer thoughts. They just walk around saying random stuff. Every time I think about NPCs, I just think about GTA 5 NPCs. Like, just walk around saying the most random things. Cause like at least when like, see, this is just so interesting to me because sometimes people just say stuff and it's like, why would you even say that? But then it's like, oh, maybe you didn't get to filter it out. Like, at least if you have an inner dialogue, you do get to filter out what you gonna say first. You don't just have to say it out loud. It's just so fascinating to me. With GC closing and the other boot camps dropping off, are there any new opportunities for the younger generation to learn the code? I'm starting a code school. That's an opportunity because literally, yeah, I had that. Well, I already been working on a bunch of stuff, but I had that thought process. Like well, they're not closing per se, as far as I know, but they were acquired, so it's not technically closing. They I think now they only offer, at least as far as I know, they only offer programs to uh they only offer programs like to like they run programs, internal programs, corporate programs. So yeah, we rubber ducky ourselves, literally. Like that's the whole. Oh, but maybe that's why rubber ducky is like helpful. Cause like I never have an issue with thinking through problems because that's just how my brain already works, and I can talk through my problems out loud, but it's still just the thought process that I had internally. But now the whole rubber ducky thing makes sense. It's like, oh, if I don't have the inner dialogue, I have to give myself like an outward. Hmm. I could just be making this up. I think I'm this conversation gone into a spiral. I do not care. This is how my inner dialogue is. Like, y'all just get to be a part of it. We are the rubber ducky. um, you said the Python cert. I can take that. Yeah, that the Python cert is gonna be this one is gonna be available, but I'm teaching another cohort. The cohort I'm originally teaching is the reason why I'm going to be able to offer the cert because I have to build my curriculum for the other cohort anyway. Um, yeah, because I wasn't thinking about doing a certification, but um, I got hired to teach for DAPSEP. You better do what I told you to do. All right. I also talk to inanimate objects, so like, you know, I think that a lot of us do though, but it really depends on the kind of conversation you're having and whether you expect that object to talk back to you or not. Anyways, this is DAPSEP. So it's a youth engineering program, but they have a partnership with another program called Grow Detroit's Young Talent this year. So this year, one of the opportunities that the students in this program can apply for is our Python certification. So yeah, that's kind of the context. So I'm already teaching the certification program and I have to build the curriculum also. Originally, I thought they already had their curriculum, so that's the main thing. But since I'm building the curriculum, it's mine. I definitely will be offering that course. And the price for the course is also going to already include the vouchers that you need for the certification to like sit for the test. So that'll be included also. But yeah, I want to spend some time getting that page together later today. But it is a stream of consciousness, literally. Of course, this whole conversation is a stream of thoughts and ideas and theories. Um, you said, which one are you taking? What do you mean? I need to dig into this UI overhaul, so I'm going to be in lurk mode. Heck yeah, do some work. Don't be like me. Miss Seidner, did I miss you going to work? Oh, okay. I'm like relatively caught up. Have a good day though. The Goddess Society. Oh, hey girl. Hey. I know that picture. I will save up for the courses, especially the MetaDev World one. I'm going to work on some type of like a membership thing. Hey TK, I know I see your picture. What is this? I can't see it. I couldn't see the last notification. If somebody followed or whatever it was, thank y'all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Um, it could have been like bits or something. This sound like great information. Yes, ma'am. Um, welcome in. I'm just trying to get my life together for real, but let me see. We were randomly talking about the idea that some people don't have an inner dialogue and like what qualifies as talking to yourself and not talking to yourself like that, like, and I've been going off on a tangent because my brain just be going there. Wait, what's the shameless plug? They only offer training to associates in the company. Interesting. I got pets so I can talk to living things, but if you expect those pets to talk back to you, or if you hear your pets talking back to you, then now see, it's all gray area for real, for real. Been needing a job change for a while. Busy, I thought you were supposed to be building an app this summer. You do not have an inner dialogue. Okay, welcome in. I would love to understand a little bit because, like, this is literally how my brain works. I was just talking about this. Like, have, I just found out in recent years that everybody's brain doesn't work that way. So I'm like, how do you, like, so just like, I don't understand how that works. Like, do you just hear nothing at all? Can you picture things but not like hear your inner thoughts? Like, I'm so curious. Like, do you have to do you have to like speak out loud to like work through problem solving and stuff? Like, is it like you can think but you don't talk? I don't know. I just want to know more about like how that works or how it doesn't work, cuz it's like I always have thoughts going in my head. I can hear myself talk. I could think through problems. I can replay conversations that I had and over again, which is toxic as fuck. Um, so it's like it never occurred to me that like that wasn't normal. I'll show you the project when I'm done. Okay, that sounds good. Um, okay. So, couple things that's priority right now for me, just so y'all got some context, because I'm gonna be swapping for a second. This is the page for the Detroit Hacker House. So, for anyone that has not heard about my program that I've been running, really been like kind of going hard on this for the last year, especially. Um, Last summer we did a cohort. So anybody who was like following me last year, y'all know like I was streaming every single day until the cohort kicked off, and then I was like pretty much living in the house and running the house 24/7. But we have a program called the Detroit Hacker House. And Detroit Hacker House is basically a residential accelerator, pre-accelerator for startups. So if you have an idea that you want to work on, we are especially interested in working with technical founders. We are especially interested in working with Black and Brown technical founders. We are especially interested in working with women founders, Black technical women founders. Like, would be very excited for all of those things. But the overall goal of the base program is that you have house that you stay in. You pretty much don't have to worry about anything. We cover the housing. We cover food stipend or some form of like meals and groceries is also included. We have cleaning service that comes once a week. You have like Wi-Fi, you have desks, you have like ample space to live and be. Ideally, if you're not working solo, then the person that you're working on with your startup is also in the house with you. And so you pretty much can kind of hopefully work distraction free for 3 months, and then the whole goal, like you'll also get like one-on-one coaching on your idea through myself and my business partner, because we do a lot of startup coaching. Um, we wanted to offer something that was like a little bit more like well-rounded, like supportive program, not just the coaching itself. But yeah, so that's the Detroit Hacker House. So it's a work in progress. This is like my primary project, that like program that I'm working on and building on right now. And so with that being said, like last year, usually with this program we try to find sponsorships. So the being in the program is free to um the founders, right? So we have to get that money from somewhere. So we usually get as program sponsors. And right now, I am specifically working on the Live Innovate Playhouse. This is see, I even called it the wrong name. The Live Innovate Playhouse is specifically for Wayne State students and Wayne State alumni. So if you are a Wayne State student or you are a 2024 or 2025 Wayne State grad, then you will be eligible to be in our cohort for the Live Innovate Playhouse. And so yeah, we're really like legit kicking off right now. This is the website for it. It's literally DetroitHackerHouse.com. You can find more information there. And when you come here, when you go to the just click on any of these buttons. Almost all the buttons lead you to the Live Innovate Playhouse page. So this is an initiative that we're doing. We are partnering with Techtown Detroit to host a hacker house slash like a year-round program for Wayne State students. So our first event is actually going to be next week on June 18th. It's called Startup 101. And I'm literally in the process of updating this page so that all of our events are listed on here. So this is like the very first thing I'm going to do right now, just to make sure. I need to get these other two cards swapped over to the event content. But Startup 101 is coming up next week. I think technically right now, the way I have the site set up, you can already, if you click that RSVP link that's there, it will take you to the page to register. The event is going to be 4 to 5:30 at Techtown Detroit next Wednesday, June 18th. So you could just go register. It's free to attend. But yeah, it's going to be like the start of the overall programming for the year. So the way the program is structured right now, throughout the summer, we'll just be having applications open on a rolling basis, which as of right now, if you do want to apply to the program, there's a bunch of different spots on the Live Innovate Play page that has the application. And also the application is pretty straightforward. Just basic information about the actual founder, as well as like some information about your like school status. You do not have to be in any specific type of school or major in order to be a part of the program. You do have to be interested in wanting to start a tech startup or working on a tech idea. And by tech, I mean software, basically. So we do need to know like about the school and things like that, just because we want to try to build some multidisciplinary teams, and we do want to see people coming from other schools besides College of Engineering and School of Business. Although obviously we are happy to have students in the College of Engineering and the School of Business inside of the program. Um, let's see. There's some basic information to get to know, like why you want to participate. This form of the program is very, very straightforward. Hmm. Program staff. I guess. Oh, I should put the. I'm gonna put some names by this part. So yeah. Now, right now, the way things are going, I think just to finish what I was saying. So during the summer, we'll be recruiting. We'll be having some like workshops. Um, we have Startup 101 coming, which is just an intro workshop to give people like a high level of like what all goes into this process, and different things to think about just getting started in the process. Then we will also be sharing more information about applying to the program for Wayne State students. We are accepting applications on a rolling basis. I would love to start accepting folks into the cohort. The um, content for the cohort, like in the fall and winter, we'll do probably like one workshop per week. Um, Something simple, a 2 hour, 1 or 2 hour workshop on a different topic every week to cover a bunch of the different fundamentals in building out a startup. And then at the end of the semester, we'll use those different, all the different information that we learned so far to do a design challenge together. We are planning on partnering with some like local companies that people I think will be excited to have on their resume for the design challenges, and then there'll be an opportunity to present your solution at the end of the semester. So I want to have the content, but not make it too distracting from just full time student life and everything. But the whole goal is like we're going to do that in the fall, and we're going to do it in the winter. So by the time the summer rolls around next summer, the half of the cohort will be allowed to, or we have room for half of the cohort to stay in the house physically with us. So yeah, the whole goal right now is in the fall and the winter, you'll have the opportunity to um, learn some of the fundamental like startup concepts. You will learn like what steps in the process you should go through in order to like launch your idea. So we'll start with like customer discovery and figuring out what it is you want to offer in fall, and then in winter we'll learn more about how to build an MVP, which is a minimum viable product. We'll learn how to build, learn some of the tools that you can use to build, and then how to test out those ideas. So by like I said, by the summer, then you'll be able to come in with your team and start from the beginning on the idea that you want to work on personally, and yeah, spend the summertime like building that out. We have like we have some different coaches, basically different business coaches. There's going to be like consistent coaching that goes on every single week, consistent like training, and then also just support going through the different steps in the process. We will put together different like networking opportunities. We'll go and like attend different startup events in the ecosystem and things like that. Find different other mentors, founders that are interested to come in and speak and make connections. And then the ideas that each, depending on the ideas that each company is working on, basically we will like do our best to like match, at least have one coach for each company that's specific to their industry, if that makes sense. So all that being said, I feel like it is important to share those things because this is like the biggest program I'm working on right now. And yeah, I know some people that are like that keep up with this stream are local. So some of y'all are eligible for this program. And like I said, yeah, I'm literally accepting applications right now. Um, our first event, this is just, an intro event, something for the general tech town community, but also very much, this is like intended to support this student entrepreneurship in particular. That's what I'm hosting the event for. So you can find the event on our website, DetroitHackerHouse.com. You can also find the event on um, the Tech Town website. If you go to happenings and go to events, you'll be able to see. We have Startup 101. That's this one, and then not next month we will have we'll do a takeover of First Thursdays. First Thursdays is like a networking event. It's like a tech networking event. But usually at the event, there are an opportunity for some different founders to have tables. So people who have services that they provide are able to talk about their services. People who have products that they want to show or apps they want to get users for, get feedback on, they're able to show as well. And then I was going to say, if you have products, you can sell your products essentially. So we are doing a takeover, but what that means is not only am I looking to have like more students actually attend for this month, I am working on having all of the tables be student entrepreneurs. So any existing, like if you already have an existing business and you want to, showcase it, then I have Right now, I probably have up to 9 spots open. So there's that. I heard products and companies. I'm interested. This one is in person though for sure. It's just a monthly event that they run here at Tech Town. So but for July I wanted to do a student theme. So you would see like throughout the excuse me, throughout the rest of the year they will have they usually have this every single month. So there's that. So yeah, I'm gonna work on this page real fast and get like my last couple events posted on here. So we still can kind of chit chat, and then yeah, I will be finishing this Python certification program. I'll be finishing that page later today. Um, the big thing I need to do today, and this is like all outside of the fact that I have interns working. I'm hungry. I need to eat. I haven't eaten yet. The big thing that I have to do today is that I forgot about startup school. Hold on, let me not expose all my business to the world. Let me see something. Leave that one open. Close this one. Close that one. Well, put that back. Close that. Close this. This and this. Oh, ooh. I think you definitely can attend any of the events. I know specifically for this program, it's like to be in the cohort is Wayne State, but I need to. I'm fundraising for my program right now because I want to be able to run cohorts like my own cohorts. Um, so yeah, you literally can come. I mean, technically, like Tech Town is not exclusive to Wayne State. Just this program funding specifically is for Wayne State students, or yeah, it's for Wayne State students. But like the content and everything, like any Tech Town event is publicly open, and also you technically can take advantage of resources at Tech Town because you don't have to be a student at Wayne State in order to participate in Tech Town programming or get be in their in any of their programs because they have a lot of business programs. I work with a tech. I work on the tech side, tech programs. So I definitely have more information in regards to all of those things. But yes, like if you are interested in any of those topics, just sign up for the workshop. And we could definitely talk about it offline too, because I know you got some tech stuff going on that you've been working on. But I forget you are at Michigan. I have worked with some students from a couple different schools. Like at Tech Town, I've actually worked with last year our program was sponsored, or our house was sponsored by a venture capital firm. So but we partner with a student we partner with a student accelerator. So I had some founders that were active students. So and then separately from that, I also have like when we went through our last tech program at Tech Town for like founders, um we had 2 students in that program. One was from Eastern and one was from what school did she go to? One, I want to say one's from Eastern, one's from Michigan State. Pretty sure. So, anyways, but yes, I'm really leaning into like working on student entrepreneurship right now. So I'm trying to build some programming around just this whole entire process. And that's another thing that's on my to-do list today. I won't share my screen while I'm working on it necessarily, but I need to work on the pitch deck because I'm trying to get some program sponsorship for to be able to just run cohorts, like run my own cohorts, because it's very different when we get a sponsor who wants a specific type of outcome versus I want to get a sponsor for just the actual the program itself, and then I would like because like my goal is to have like the like to just have cohorts running on a certain like cycle, and then I also want to have the eventually I would like to have the flexibility that if you're doing good in the house, you're doing good with your app and everything, and you get through that first 3 month process, and we want to keep working with you. Like maybe you have up to a year that you could stay in the house. Um, and then the overall goal a lot of times for the founders we work with is like they want to get some type of investment in their business, so that gives us more time to really kind of work on that and focus on that. And realistically, like the goal of the house is that you don't have to worry about the bills and everything else, like certain responsibilities that a lot of us just cannot skirt. We take care of those, but obviously 3 months is such a limited time versus if I can offer like a year, then that makes it a completely different opportunity altogether. I can see Black Tech Saturday sponsoring this idea. Maybe, maybe. I have thoughts that I won't discuss here in this. Yeah, but I'm actually looking for the sponsors that sponsor Black Tech Saturdays. Ooh, we want to build an app for women's health. Okay. We definitely need to just talk about that in general. Yeah, I think like I don't know. Very I've just been observing how different organizations are moving in the ecosystem right now. So, although I think like in theory, yeah, hypothetically they could be a sponsor of the event. Really what it tells me is that if they can get $1 million for their program, I should be able to get $1 million for my program. That's really what it tells me. More so than them specifically sponsoring it, because that's a very temporary source. Like I could see them wanting to do a cohort, but I need an actual check. Like how Black Tech Saturdays needed an actual check. If that makes sense. It's a very it's I mean the program budget is pretty decent, and yeah, so I have some specific foundations in mind that I'm pitching on that. Or like last year we had a VC sponsor, and it's different when we have a VC sponsor. VCs like can work with us to help vet founders if they're like not sure about their idea yet, or if they want to, they don't have the time to like they're like we're interested in this person but maybe like still not ready to write a check, then we can be like a good gap to help get them over any like hurdles or basically vet the founder. So they have their own like style when it comes to that, as far as like why it's useful for them to pay to have like the house. But then in the case of the Wayne State program, this is funded by the state, so the state is interested in like supporting Tech Town and Wayne State's initiatives. So our Live Innovate Playhouse is really trying to like obviously educate students on how to start startups and like building that tech ecosystem, and also it's focused on retention. Like, so there's also a goal of like, hey, if you're participating in the program, then you commit to staying in the region for a year, right? So it's a retention program, and it's also like definitely trying to support like building a pipeline for tech entrepreneurship, specifically with Wayne State, because some other universities already kind of have this like figured out, but Wayne State, excuse me, even though Wayne State has Tech Town, Wayne State still, I think, has a big gap in like that student entrepreneurship. Like how do you get that normal flow of like startups coming out of the university? A lot of students have ideas, and students are very capable of starting startups, but I think our ecosystem is a little more traditional in the sense like we still have a hard time. We as a region still have a hard time thinking like, oh, if you never had like real work experience, how can you start a startup? Versus in the Bay, where it's so fucking normal to like drop out of school and start a company, and it's very possible for that company to still live 10 and 15 years into the future, even though it was started by a college dropout essentially. So yeah. Let me see. I'm about to close a couple things on here. I need to eat something. I'm about to go heat up my lunch though. I definitely need this type of training to the public. Yeah, our any as far as when I work on stuff for the Detroit Hacker House, like we do a lot of events, and most of the time the cohort itself is usually sponsored. So there's like in the past there's always been certain requirements we had to have for the cohort. But the programming and the different workshops and stuff that we do is like free. This is the same. I think Fizzy, I think you might have been here for like a few MVP podcasts. We will be bringing the MVP podcast back, but I think you might have been here for a few of those, and this is the same like topic area. So when you come into the house, we work with you on building your MVP. However, outside of just the idea of building, we basically we want people to be able to focus and not have to worry about a whole bunch of other stuff in the background. So as soon as I have a cohort, an open cohort, I will definitely be letting y'all know, screaming and shouting it from the mountaintops. Um, but technically, right now we have like our applications on a rolling basis, so you can always go on to I can put this back. You can always go on the Detroit Hacker House site, and even if you're not an active like Wayne State student, at the bottom of the main page, we keep a general application open at all times. So you can always come and fill this out if you are interested in the programs. And this also helps me like gauge interest as well, and will possibly help in the in fundraising. So yeah, what was I about to do over here? This is what I forgot about AI. I mean, this cloud on air. I forgot that this started yesterday. Okay, so yeah, if you never watched our MVP podcast, check out let me see. It's none of those. Art of MVP development. MVP developer. YouTube.com slash here, I'll put it in the chat too. YouTube.com slash at MVP developer. We have a few episodes that we did here last year, and we will be bringing this back. So this is all the same. This is all the same information, or like the same like bucket, I guess you could say, as far as programming. So yeah, let me see. I have it. We have this is our site. So I'm definitely gonna start posting like more content and everything. Like more of our actual workshop content and things will start to go. You'll start to see some more of that information popping up here. And just like the podcast will bring back the podcast. But I'll start to do more of the content I'm doing for the program. I'll start to like, you'll start to see me drop some of that stuff here as well. So feel free to follow it's youtube.com slash at MVP developer MVP. So the link is in the chat too. I don't know. That's annoying that. Oh, I have restream. Oh, that's why I wasn't showing up. I'm so I'm so smart. I wanted to show on the screen too. Hold on. Paste. I'm just repasting it just so it can show up in the on the screen. Anywho, so yeah, The big thing that I'm focused on right now is agents, learning how to build agents. I highly recommend if you are in the AI space that this is a tool, like a skill set that you get familiar with. Not necessarily encouraging people to go down rabbit holes, but let's see what the prereqs are for this, because I know like a lot of times depending on how technical the workshops are, you might already be expected to be familiar with machine learning depending. So I didn't look because I wasn't concerned about it, but I feel like I thought they would have last time they definitely had like some information about like who should take this. Startup developers, data engineers, product leaders, founders, and CXOs. Um, okay, so yeah, I missed the one from. I did watch this. This was like just a starter session. This just talked about how to use Google Cloud Platform itself, which I'm kind of familiar with. So that was just informational. Week one. Oh wait, I'm not behind. No, I am behind. Never mind. The beginner. Wait, I'm confused now. I'm pretty sure we had a session yesterday. Oh, okay, I get it. I get it. Because it's 2 sessions per week. Got it. So yeah, this is the first session. It was 90 minutes. So I need to do this one today. This happened yesterday, and I need to put it on my calendar because I forgot. Um, the Agentic Revolution. Why now is the time to build intelligent agents. Discover the transformative power of intelligent agents. This session will explore the agentic shift, uncovering why agents are revolutionizing industries, what their core capabilities are, and why this is the golden era for startups to begin building them. In this session, you will learn about agentic workloads and what makes them unique from traditional Gen AI and machine learning workloads. Discover how multimodality, combining voice, vision, and text, gives startups a critical edge for disruptive innovation. Okay, perfect. So that's an hour and a half. So that's solid. Um, that's my big, like, that's my core focus for today. Um, However, before I get into that, I definitely want to um what else do I need to do? I need to make sure that this web page gets updated. So I just have to do these upcoming events, and then I'm going to jump into the AI agent content, and that's I want I posted the link in Discord, y'all. Um Escape. I posted the link in Discord. You can check out the here exclamation mark Discord. Is the bot running? Okay, there we go. Why isn't it popping up in YouTube yet? Hmm. All right, because I didn't see it post. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, I posted this in the AIML channel. Like, not sure if you were updated, but just in case you weren't, the lunch and learn was rescheduled today instead of how was it? this showing? I don't care about that. No. Okay. All right. Okay, I have to check on team stuff too. So yeah, I'm gonna do this, and then I posted the link in Discord, and I think it's in the AIML channel. If you look in AIML, I already posted the startup school, but it's some content that Google is running. I did startup school last year when they did a generative AI startup school last year. Their content was really good. I think they will be, if you kind of want to watch in passing, I think there's like the possibility for that, but this is very intentionally like designed to show how to build agents. So they're and it's built off of Google Cloud platform. So I would say, like, if you want to actually if you want to jump into this, you do need some machine learning. Like you do want to have some familiarity with machine learning and building with like machine learning AI APIs at least. You might want to have some experience with using some type of cloud platform. But yeah, I'm gonna play the session for today. That's the main thing I'm focused on. And I think it's some steps I gotta go through to get my credits. So I'll probably do both of these again. I'm gonna do this one. Pause. Um yeah. Watch later. And then I know I need to be able to get my credits so I can do the labs. So I need to rewatch that one. And then I'm gonna jump into this one. Watch later. Okay, it's a solid hour and a half. Okay, so I got that queued up. I need to take a quick break and grab some food. Trying to make sure I'm ready to go. I want to get comfortable and get that page up and running, and then I'm gonna start that. What can I eat though? I feel like that's not gonna be enough. Hmm. See something. Hmm. I'm just trying to think. All right, let's do. Matter of fact, this one is pretty straightforward, so I can possibly have this one up while I work on the website. So let's do this. Studio mode. Um, back over here. Test, test, test. Yeah, that's gonna come through. Testing that. How did I do this last time? Or can I just? Oh, I don't want to mute it. Damn it! What makes my? I'm trying to make my life simple. You know what? I don't know what I'll do. Okay, I'll be on there. How do I go back? Okay, that's muted. Okay, perfect. So now I can share this without having to worry about my audio. And I'm gonna pop this out. Here, let's go. We can go here now. So I'm going to, how do I do this again? I can do picture in picture now. I guess I'll leave it right here for now. Here's my Visual Studio Code. Yeah, okay, that's gonna be good. And then when I wanna preview it, I come over here. This one. Okay. It's still easier. Here, let me duplicate this one. That there. Oops. Oh, I see. I'm trying to do it. I'm so slow. I'm trying to do this. All right, so I think I'll be good for now, like this. Okay. What else? That's it. This is all ready to go. All right, let me go grab my lunch. This is what I wanted to show y'all. Hi, baby boy. Hold on. I got the whole stack, right? Baby, get out my seat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Baby, move. You in my way. I gotta work. Excuse you. That's what I wanted to show y'all. I went to this bookstore in Detroit. It's called John King, I think. And they have used books, and they also have collectible books. So I had never been before, and I've been wanting to go for a long time. So I finally just went to see, like, I just wanted to go in there one day and see what it was like. I still want to go back because the day I went, I had Justice with me, and he was doing a lot. And it was just a quick thing, but where is it? They had so many books in there, and literally they had like the entire Harry Potter collection. So like it wasn't even hard to find. Um Granted, I took one of every book, so I don't know how many. Like I took a whole chunk off of the shelf. I know they had like two spots that the books could have possibly been. So I'm not gonna promise you. Excuse me. I'm not gonna promise you if you go there now that that they're still there, or that all of them are still in stock. But that was like a go-to for me. I got some other books from there as well, like some business-based books. But I've been wanting to get back into, what's the word, like recreational reading, because I used to read a lot when I was younger. Like I always read when I was a kid. And then when I got to, college, I feel like I pretty much started reading exclusively like nonfiction works. So I'll read like productivity books, obviously, textbooks, and um books about business. But it's been a long, sometimes I even read like biographies, but it's been a long time since I've like just read for recreation. So I want to reread the series, the Harry Potter series, because I never read the last book. um when the last book came out back in the day, I kept telling myself that I was going to go back and reread the entire series, and that never happened. So I don't even know what happened to my copy of the seventh book, but now I have a new like stack. So I'm going to start reading those like just in my spare time. I really probably need to just put the first book in my bag so I could just have it with me. And then I also want to read the I want to get into reading the Song of Ice and Fire series. Um I know it's still ongoing, and I keep up with a lot of stuff around that community just because I was really big into Game of Thrones and still kind of am. And then like House of the Dragon. There's like a lot of other books in the set in that world that I could definitely read. I started to listen to um the first song. I'm trying to think which book. I have the first book on like Audible, and it's actually not bad. Like it's actually pretty. The narration is actually pretty good. Because I thought I would have a hard time keeping up with all the characters listening to it in the audio version, but it's pretty good in audio format as well. Um, and it's nice for just like chilling on the couch in the summertime, lounging around, or chilling outside on the deck, like, and just listening to the book. So all that being said, I'm very excited about my little stack because I read every single book except the last one in the Harry Potter series when I was younger, and I started reading Harry Potter when I was like in fifth grade, I want to say. So definitely was a part of my life, and we need to still finish playing Hogwarts Legacy. So all that being said, I think I'm good now. I got my coffee, my own iced coffee that I made. I don't know why I want some freaking hot sauce on my pasta today, but I got this. I'm gonna bake some cookies in a minute too. What's up? Leave that alone. No, sir. No, sir. Give me that. Yeah. I don't want you drawing this. Go in your look. You got so much other stuff going on out there. You do not have to be harassing me. Here. No, don't come over here harassing me. I'm trying to work. All right, so let's do this. I'm going to let me turn this music off. I'm going to start this cuz I can just listen through this first the primer, the Google Cloud Platform primer.
Hello and welcome to Startup School AI Agentic with Google Cloud. My name is Alejandro Alferez and I'm a Google Cloud architect working within Google Cloud with startups like yourselves. Today we're going to chat about how to start with Google Cloud and how to build your first AI agents on Google Cloud. But for that, we need to go over the essentials. And this is a starter session for startups and developers. Let's get started. Here's a quick agenda and a rundown of what we're going to go through. First, we're going to hit what is Google Cloud. Then second, Google Cloud definitions. Third, we're going to go over how we manage this cloud identities. Then we're going to go into Cloud IAM, which is how you manage that in GCP per se. Then we're going to look at administrative tools, and then we're going to close off with AI with Google. This agenda, it's an overview. I want you guys to feel like you can keep up with the slides, but I'm going to do demos in between the sections. All right. So let's get started. What is Google Cloud? As everybody knows, Google has more than 9 services with more than 1 billion users each. That is a crazy amount of users, specifically that everybody uses it somehow or another, some way or another. You could use Maps or YouTube, Android devices, Google Photos is a big one. But more importantly, like something like Chrome, right? To serve your web services through Chrome. And we know how to do this at scale. This is something that we've done for a long time, and we know how to scale. So everything that you see here runs in the same infrastructure as our Google Cloud Platform, which we'll be talking about later today. So this is a couple of numbers that we have around our infrastructure. So we have over 41 cloud regions, 124 zones. So that each region has at least 3 zones or more. Then we have edge locations, which help us with something like networking to improve our speed, our latency. Then we have CDN locations, dedicated interconnect locations, which we're going to go over later videos. And then we have over 20 plus Google data centers, and that is a lot of compute. Very important, we also have renewable projects within our regions. So that is very important for Google Cloud and Google as a company. And then we also have 33 subsea cables that connect each continent with each other. So this is just to give you an idea of where all of our regions are. And there's a couple that are not here, but are still in development, and there are future regions. So we keep adding more regions to the map, which is very important for our customers worldwide, um, and keep that latency as low as possible for all of our services. All right. Here are some of the connectivity that we run across regions. Obviously, we have the edge points of presence. And like I said, they're not necessarily regions. It's not like a major data center, but it's something that connects or brings that network connectivity closer to an area that not necessarily doesn't have a region. So, for example, we have Colombia here with Bogota. You have a point of presence that enables services to be low latency to that region. And then we have the major regions here in Santiago de Chile and then Brazil, Sao Paulo. The same for the rest of the continents, but this is our network, regions, and point of presence. This is very impressive because if you see here, this is where we lay our own subsea cables. You see a little shark having some snack on subsea cable, but we lay the cables and we also maintain them. So all the network infrastructure that we lay on Google Cloud is maintained and provided by Google as a whole. That's why our latency is so low. Google is the number 4 server worldwide manufacturer, and that's right. We also manufacture our own servers. So if you see some of these servers not necessarily look like something like Dell or HP because they are basically open, right? So you see some of these servers are just the slides directly into the have a box and have the motherboard and all the instruments inside of the box. We keep the cooling as efficient as possible, so that's why it doesn't have even an enclosing. Some of these are enclosed, but most of them are open, just like this. And also, we wouldn't be Google if we didn't like to color code all of our connections here in an example. I'm going to quickly jump to what our shared responsibility matrix looks like. So we have SaaS, we have PaaS, and we have IaaS. So the first one is um, software as a service, where if you see down in the legend, Google manages almost everything about it, right? All the way up to usage. You manage the access policies and the content. Something like Gmail and Drive are an example of software as a service. Then we jump to something like platform as a service. We have BigQuery. Um, that is something that you manage, but you have the control over the usage, the access policies, and the content. However, this is something that we call serverless, where you
Let me go put my cookies in. I want cookies with my coffee.
You have to take care of just that, and they will take care of the deployment and everything that entitles bring you a service that constitutes a platform. And then lastly, we have infrastructure as service that will give you the building blocks for you to build whatever you need to build. So if your application requires total control over your identity or your web application security, you have that ability under your belt. So if you're familiar with cloud, this should come as naturally as possible to you, but it's just a quick reminder of what each of those categories are. All right, so let's jump into some Google Cloud definitions. And this is very important and also very exciting because sometimes when you get into cloud, it is extremely important to understand what each of those definitions mean because a lot of the security and the infrastructure setup relies on knowing what each of those definitions are. All right, so let's start. The first is resource manager. So in Google Cloud, we like to distribute our infrastructure by four different terms, right? So the first one, we have the hierarchy head, which would be the organizational node. This would be the equivalent of the name of your company, the domain, the name domain, and this is basically where your company will live in Google Cloud, right? So it manages everything, right? So everything lives underneath the organization. The next step would be folders, which would be either departments or teams or products that you may have under your company. These will host something that is called projects. And projects are actually where your resources live, right? So your resource is a VM, is storage, is any service that GCP provides will live inside a project. Now, you can have folders within folders, but you can have a structure as simple as organization, folder, project. And that's it. You don't need to get fancy to start with. You can be as clear and simple as possible with this type of hierarchy. This is just an example, but you can have folders within folders if you have products within one team or you have different departments within different departments. Then we have organizations. Organizations, let's double click on that. You have the root node, which is, I'll give you an example, blank.io, right? Blank.io will be the name of your domain, and it gives you the visibility and control over everything that happens inside of the organization. So that will be all your projects. You'll be able to see all the resource within your organization. So each workspace and cloud identity account is associated with one organization only. Right? So if you're a workspace or a cloud or a GCP customer, you will only have one organization. It allows you to enforce different policies at a organization wide, and you can have that security and governance across everything that you have in the cloud. Right? So you have your entire cloud resource hierarchy, and we have a command there for the shell, and I'll touch on that later in the video. Then we have folders. And like I said before, it's just a grouping mechanism. We keep it as simple as possible. If you could imagine a folder in any OS, you have the ability to just have folders within folders up to 10 levels deep. And you have a combination of both. You can have delegation of administration rights, where you can give some rights to some folders and some to others. And it's inherited. So it's a policy inheritance for IAM policies when you set them up at the organization level. So each folder can have different groups that are managed by other groups. And that's how you basically give access to other projects if you can. It's better to do it at this level rather than the project level because you give a hierarchy or an inheritance point rather than managing each folder individually or each project individually. And then lastly, we have the project resource, which is the base organizing entity within GCP and is the lowest logical group of resources. This is basically where your resources are going to live, meaning your machines, your virtual machines, your Kubernetes clusters, your BigQuery services, your Cloud SQL databases, everything will live in projects. And you can track and enable billing for these projects, right? So you can manage permissions, you can manage credentials, you can enable services and APIs, which is how Google Cloud operates. And yes, this is basically the lowest of the hierarchy in the nodes. And then we jump to something very important, and this is when it gets a little bit complicated, but don't worry, we're here for this. The billing account is basically to define who pays for what, given a set resources. So this is basically how you attach payment profiles to different projects, right? So a billing account always includes a payment instrument, which is how you charge the customer. So for Google to charge you, you have one billing account. You can have multiple billing accounts to divide however you want to deal with the bill. But it could be deployed in two ways: self-serve, which is you can create your organization, you can create the payment profile, and then it gets attached to a billing account; or invoice, which is offline and you basically can pay through a wire. And it's more when your account is already embedded by Google Cloud, you have a relationship that is a little bit more lasting, or through a partner, right? The resource consumption is measured on rates or usage time, number of items, or feature use. That to say that is any service that you use within Google Cloud, and all the services include some free tiers. There's some free tiers links that we'll share later today, but that will also include those credits for those free tiers. We won't ever charge you for those free tiers, but that will be reflected on the bill or the report later on the month. Now, this is just to give you an idea of how that looks. We have the domain, which is the cloud level. We have the organization. Then we have billing accounts that are associated directly to the projects. And this is very important. These are related to the projects rather than the folders, because the projects are where the actual resources are living, right? You can label the different projects with different names, but the billing account you can attach to different projects, to one project, to however many projects you want. Then you have within the projects, you have your VMs, which you can also label. So you have a better understanding of how much you're using within your department or your organization. And then that billing account gets linked to a payments profile, right? So if you want to spend some time here or pause this video, please go ahead to give an understanding of like understand how Google Cloud splits that resource hierarchy. Let's double click on projects, which is the main unit of Google Cloud. Again, is the base level of organizing your entities, and it does not correspond to a particular region or a geographic region. What that means is that whenever you deploy, let's say, for example, a compute engine machine. That compute engine machine could live in any region. You just have this abstract project, right? Which is to hold your resources. So I could have a compute engine in US Central and have another compute engine in US East 4, right? So that way you have all your resources in one place and you enable billing into one single place. All right, let's jump into cloud identity. Cloud identity is very important because it's the way that you authenticate and you authorize your users. And that's very important to understand how we separate those two. If you're familiar with your Gmail accounts and if you're familiar with principals and service accounts, that's what I'm going to talk about in this section. First, let's talk about authentication. How do you authenticate into Google? Most or everybody just authenticates with their Gmail account, right? But if you have your own organization, you're going to have an org, which would be an at blank.io, for example. That's how you authenticate, which is just to say, who are you, right? Who is logging into Google right now? Who's logging into this organization? And then we have this separate Cloud IAM, which is for authorization, which enables you to add different roles to those users that you previously created, right? Those users can be created within the cloud identity, and then you can add those roles and authorize it for different things within GCP. I'll touch on what those roles mean, but it's basically what can you do within the platform. So can you delete a project? Can you add a compute engine machine? Can you create a table within BigQuery? Those kinds of roles. Let's go over the type of user accounts. The first one is consumer users, and the second one will be organization managed users. Consumer users is everything that ends in a Gmail account, gmail.com. Users that have this are basically managed by Google, and you have no control over how we manage the deployment and everything. It's basically you can access that user and use it for your Google Cloud platform or whatever. However, though, having said that, we recommend avoiding using Gmail accounts for your GCP. Why, you may ask? If it's a company, you don't want a Gmail account to be associated with your organization. First, it allows other companies to vet that you're actually a valid domain. And second, it also enables us to build a reputation of your company as well. As you may understand, within cloud, there's a lot of fraud. And to keep that as transparent as possible, it's easier to manage organization managed users. It's easier for you to understand who is within your organization. So users with the creation and authentication options are managed by you or your organization. So organization manage users are highly recommended for the platform because that way you can audit, you can control, and you can have those security measures in place and understanding who is accessing your platform at any time. Here we have two consoles for user access management. The first one would be the admin.google.com. And if you're familiar with Google Workspace, which is everything that includes your documents, your Gmail, everything that doesn't have to do with GCP, which is the Google Cloud Platform, is managed through Google, admin.google.com. Here is where you can add new users to your organization. So you can have blank at .io, but you could have like admin at blank.io, right? You can create groups, you can create OUs. Is equivalent of having Active Directory within Google Admin. So this is how you manage your groups. This is how you manage your organizational units. And then you use that also for accessing your Gmail, every product that is underneath below here. So Google Photos, um, Gmail, anything. Now, the other side of the coin is console.cloud.google.com. This is specifically for your Google Cloud Platform's resources. So anything that has to do with your roles and authorization within the platform has to be managed through here. So I'll give you an example. You can create a user within Google Admin, and then that Google Admin, you can add it within Cloud IAM on GCP. And I give a quick example of that in a minute. All right, so let's move on to users and groups. Within the admin.google.com, you can create different uh, groups of management, right? So you have your groups for administrators, right? The people who can actually use or manage the organization. And Google admin roles only manage aspects of cloud identity. So like user group management, and they're very different from Google Cloud roles. So to give an example, an admin role within Google Admin may be something like you can add or delete users within your organization. A role within GCP or in Cloud IAM will be something like, can you create projects within GCP? Can you create BigQuery tables? Can you create databases? It's not going to be related to the actual organization, but rather your control over your projects that live in your organization within GCP, right? So these are the main differences between the two. Here's a more graphic way of thinking about this. You may have your manual control of your API. So you have your user groups, you have your APIs, which is like Gmail and so on. Maybe you upload a file to your Gmail or your Drive. Then you manage your users through Cloud Identity, which is admin.google.com. You can add new users, create new users, create groups, create OUs. And then once you have that set up, you can jump to Cloud IAM. Cloud IAM will basically give you the ability to create new roles or assign specific roles to either create new machines, manage your Google Cloud resources in general. So if it's a bucket that you need to work with, if it's a pub sub infrastructure that you to manage, you can do that directly through Cloud IAM. So Cloud IAM is your go-to for all roles within GCP. All right. With that, I'm gonna jump to Cloud IAM. Cloud IAM is the GCP control panel for everything that has to do with authorization within GCP. It lets you manage the access and define who that person is and what access and what organization can they access, right? So it lets you adopt that security principle of the least privilege. So you always, when you add a principle, you want to give only what is necessary for that person or principle to do its job. So you can grant access to cloud entity members, which are the following types. You can have a Google Cloud account, which is, in this example, john.doe at yourcompany.com. You could have service accounts. You could have Google Groups. You could have Google Workspace domain or Cloud Entity domain. So you could have a full domain to give access to Cloud IAM. Now, for example, service accounts are accounts that are not managed by a person, right? A person doesn't log into that account, but rather you can impersonate that service account, or if you want to automate a service or process within GCP, you can use service accounts, hence the name service. Google Groups, you can add multiple groups to or multiple principals to that group, and then have that group be given a set of rules. So you don't have to control each and individual principal roles manually. So this is a quick overview of what that looks like. So you have the identity up in the top. You have the user account, which you created in Google Admin. Then you have that inside a group. And then you may have a service account, which also belongs to another group or the same group. The best practice is to give those names, a specific name to, let's say, for a service account, to understand that that service account is an actual service account. Within GCP, you have the ability to create those service accounts and also have a quick memo of what they are and understand what that is or what that is doing. Now, you have the IAM rules, which is who can do what, who can edit what, right? And then each of these, so in this example, we have John, we have GCP app dev add service account, and then we can give it, hey, you can edit, and then you tell it what resources you can use it on, right? So if you want to be able to delete or make compute instances, you can, and then that role will be you can create compute instances, and you'll see the roles whenever you're setting it up. And then lastly, you can set up different conditions. You can set it that you can only work between Monday and Friday, which are weekdays or weekends or whatever. So we have full granularity over the authorization rules within GCP. We have everything under the control of Cloud IAM, which is completely separate from your organizational user accounts or administrators. So you could have something like a finance principal that is only dealing with finance and only has access to GCP, to Google Cloud. And then you could have something like a person that is in marketing that doesn't necessarily need to touch GCP at all. They can deal with Gmail and all the other consumer products, right? So that's a quick overview of what IAM policy is. Let's go over what types of roles we have. The first one is the perimeter role, which is the legacy role that it spans over multiple services. You can have owner, editor, and viewer roles, and each of those are very broad, and that's where we try to avoid those. A lot of people just try to have like a super user as owner, for example, of a project, to have basically God level roles or God level power over a project. Then you have editor and viewer roles, which are more limited, which I also recommend over owner. Overall, we do not recommend these unless you absolutely are comfortable with that, or if it's a super user. If it's someone that just needs to have like viewer or um, a role of observer, you can give it viewer roles. They have no power over what they can delete or what they can deploy. So that one is okay if you need to give viewership to someone within your organization. Then we have predefined roles, which is more fine grained access. So I give you an example. If it's something like BigQuery, you can give it a predefined role of being a user of BigQuery, which means you can use whatever data sets you have within that BigQuery service, right? But then you can delete it, you can create, you can just use it, right? And there's multiple predefined roles that you can go deeper and deeper levels of granularity. And then if none of the roles that are predefined are enough for you, you can create your own. So you can pick and choose of those predefined roles to make your own custom role if you need. Then we have service accounts, and this is very important. I know I touched a bit previously, where if you want to create an account that represents an application, that represents an application or a virtual machine, you can do that through service accounts. You can create this, and you can have a principal impersonate a service account, or have a machine or have an actual service to impersonate the service account. And that way you have that ability to control what does what within GCP. In this world of agentic AI, this is very important because you will be managing service accounts all the time, where these service accounts will have specific roles, specific actions that are allowed to be done within GCP. So you may have an agent that may be using a service account to delete different things from a bucket, or add different things to a bucket, or make an entrance in a Cloud SQL database. So things like that is basically to keep the organization and the authorities clear of who's doing what if it's not a human being, right? These service accounts are created by users or services. So you're going to see multiple service accounts that are already created, predetermined by GCP, because we work with APIs. And these APIs may be a combination of different services that make calls to different things. So just to give you an example, we have something like managed instance groups. Managed instance groups basically allow you to create groups of compute engine machines that basically span through multiple machines, but are the same over a template. So that needs a service account to basically spawn these machines. All the same, but you still need the service account to actually create the machines. So we have a couple of examples here, like project number, and we highly suggest to give it some kind of number or some kind of ID so you understand what it's doing and where it's coming from. All right, let's move on to administrative tools. And this is very important because it's the way that you administrate your Google Cloud organization and instance. So we have a couple of ways to do it. Yes, we do have a mobile app. You can actually SSH directly into the console through your mobile application. We also have the Google Cloud SDK, which is installing the SDK directly, your G Cloud commands directly in your IDE. Then we also have the Cloud Console and Shell, and we'll show you that in a minute, which is basically a little machine that is spawned directly onto your console, and you can control all of GCP directly through this shell. And then lastly, we have RESTful API. So if you don't want to bother with anything of the UI or the shell or the SDK, you can talk through it directly through RESTful APIs. And we try to give you as many features as possible within this API so you can control everything through APIs. So let's touch on each. This is a quick example of how you can manage Google Cloud. We have a set of tools that include G Cloud, GSUtil, BigQuery, for example, that each manage different things. G Cloud you can actually use to create different things like Compute Engine or create Google Cloud storage buckets. It enables you to have that quick command line into creating things or managing your Google Cloud organization. We have different client libraries. So if you want to use Java or Python or Node.js, you can, and you can install each one of those separately. And then it also has emulators that allow you to simulate those services in like a local environment. So you can test, you can validate before you deploy it onto your application. Then we have your Google Cloud Shell, and this is part of the Google Cloud Console. I'll show you that in a minute. It is basically a temporary Debian based, which it means that even though the machine is temporary, you'll have that persistent disk. And we give you 5 gigs of persistent disk storage. This is completely free. It's not something that you pay extra for using on GCP. It is pre-installed with all Google Cloud SDK, so you don't have to install Google Cloud SDK on this shell. And then you can have web preview functionality, which basically if you want to test something, let's say, for example, a Python application, you can open up a port 8080 and it'll literally open up a window for you to connect to that machine. Then you have built-in organization access, so you don't have to authenticate directly on your console. You can change users within the console, and it gives you basically a window of command line into GCP. Very, very important and very useful to do. All right. So now that we have all the definitions and all the essentials covered, I want to go over AI with Google. And this is basically just an overview of what we have as AI is built in our DNA. So let's start talking about what we offer. Right? Let's start with building blocks, which is two different things. We have Google AI Studio and we have Vertex AI Studio. Let's dive deep into what Google AI Studio is. It's super fast to get going with Gemini. Is a developer tool where you can start using our APIs, you can start prototyping, you can launch apps very quickly with API keys, and you can share your data with Google for model or service improvement. But it is the fastest way to get Gemini working. Now, that being said, if you want something more enterprise and for developers to scale your application, you can go onto Vertex AI Studio on GCP. So Google AI Studio is outside of the GCP platform. So that is the biggest difference. And then Vertex AI Studio, it is living within GCP. So you have the enterprise ready AI platform where you can create your own applications. You can bring your own models. You can serve them directly from Vertex. You can have your privacy policy set. We have the indemnity protection. For using our models, we have BPC service controls. We have everything that our enterprise application would need. So that would be Vertex AI Studio. We also have tools to customize your models, augment, train your models, and serve them all from one stop shop, which is Vertex AI Studio. Here is an overview of everything that is included in Vertex AI. Gemini 2.5 came out, but basically you have access to all these models and third-party models as well. But we have Google foundational models like Imagen now 4, Chirp, Cody, embeddings. We have all the Google task-specific models, which is vision or translation, speech to text. Then we have Google domain specific models like MetaLM and SecLM. And then we have lastly the partner models. So all the Claude models, Llama models are usually in Vertex AI Model Garden within days or on the same day that is announced. And then we also have, open source models like Gemma or Llama, right? So all these models are available as fast as possible in our platform, and you can use them all directly through Vertex AI. Here are the two Google models that we have, or the Google family models. Gemini, which is our largest and the most capable AI model that we have right now, 2.5 Pro. And then we have Gemma, which is our open models. You can download this model, play with the weights, train it however you want. There is small enough model that you can load onto your phone, but these are the two state-of-the-art family of models that Google offers right now. All right, and with that, I want to give you guys a little tour of the console so you guys are familiarized with how Google Cloud's platform is set up. And with that, I usually look first at how to start with Google Cloud. Here is basically how I would start if I was a startup on Google Cloud. I would go directly into Google Cloud setup if I can, and then start with one of these three: proof of concept, production, enhanced security. Most of startups do not need all the rest from here. You may have central logging, you may need monitoring. You can do that, but you probably won't use shared VPCs right off the bat, or hybrid connectivity, organizational policies, maybe. So I understand that a lot of people might want to go directly into production, but let's dive into proof of concept. And I may have done a couple of these, but the first one would be creating an organization. And this is very important because a lot of customers may create an account and it just grows without an organization, right? This organization might be created through either cloud identity or workspace, and then you can admin the credentials for your users. We touched on that earlier in the video. So who performs this, right? The person who's going to be the super administrator. This is the person who's going to have God level permissions to the organization, and whoever has access to those DNS configurations of your domain. So you can set up your option if you're a new customer, or if you're a previous customer of Workspace, or if you're a current cloud identity customer. You'll follow this, and I assure you that you're going to have the smoothest experience with Google Cloud. You can sign up for Google Cloud Identity. I have done this already, so I can jump directly into the next step, which is billing. Right now, I can create different principles. If you create, groups. So whenever you click on continue to billing, it's going to create groups that allow you to add users to it. And that way you can manage billing just by adding users, or the person or the people who can access billing to those groups. Is the easiest way to do this because it allows you to not worry about who can manage what and who can do what. So if I create these groups, it'll automatically add the IAM roles, which are all these. All right. And then I have the groups created and the billing task is pending. I can continue to billing, and I can identify my billing account. For example, this is my billing account, and I can continue, and I can confirm my billing account. Notice that I have no users have access to the billing account. That's fine for now because I already have access to it somewhere else. And then we can continue to deploy, right? So as I mentioned before, we have the organization node here. So for example, this is my organization node. Then we have a project folder, and then we have a project, right? This is a resource hierarchy, and this is the simplest way to get going, right? If I click deploy, it'll create a project. I already have a project, so I don't want to deal with that right now. And then you have different organizational policies. So things like maybe you want to add users from somewhere else, you can do that. Maybe you want to give public access. You can create. You can always modify this. I can't modify this because I'm not the super user of my specific organization. So I can only touch some of these, but you should be able to touch on most of these if you want. Then you click deploy and you're literally ready to go with Google Cloud. Now, the other thing that you can work on is APIs, right? So these APIs are basically what control Google Cloud. And you can check anytime by just searching here APIs. And that way you can see what your APIs or which APIs are enabled. You see everything that it's enabled, and you see the requests and the number of errors and everything. But you have a library of things that you can enable, right? And within here, you can search whatever you need and you can enable that. So if you do not enable that, nobody can use it, right? That way we have full authority of who's using what within our project. All right. Something else that I wanted to show you is the shell. And the shell is, like I mentioned, a small little machine that runs in GCP and you can use for any of your needs within GCP. So I'm going to wait for this to provision. And meanwhile, I'm going to come out here and expose my Gemini Cloud Assist. So this is really cool because you can actually ask questions about how to do things in GCP to Gemini. So things like, how do I change Kubernetes cluster controls for kubectl, for example, right? So can you give me the command to change clusters in GK through, through cloud shell. So anytime that you have a doubt about how to use something in GCP, you can ask Gemini instead of going crazy Googling for things, which you can totally can. But this already gave me the commands that I need to run for anything that I need to do in GCP, right? So for example, here I have a cluster called KubeDoom, so I'm going to change that. I have a zone. I can skip that. And I can give it the project ID. My project ID will be the name of my project, which is this project dash two. Lastly, I wanted to chat about startup credits. With these credits, we allow startups to grow within GCP. So here's a quick run through of the journey of different startups within GCP. We have the formation, which is if you have maybe a couple of founders, you're prototyping your tool or your application or your product itself. We can give you $2,000 to start here. That will be to just getting to GCP and start using that money to actually run your application, run your VMs. Then we have the ecosystem tier, which is 25K. You're building an MVP, you're fundraising, and you're testing in the market, and you're iterating with that project. Then our most famous program is Google for Startups Scale Up program. So you're now in pre-seed or seeds or in your Series A, right? You get $100,000 in credits the first year or up to 250K if you're an AI company. And you can use those for any first party tool within GCP. So that could be Gemini calls, that could be running your compute engine, that could be using your GPUs within GCP. Anything that would be covered by this would be first party Google Cloud tooling. So BigQuery is also covered. Anything that you might be needing from GCP would be there. Something that is explicitly excluded is marketplace. So if you want to use your credits to run your application, you can. And then you have the marketplace, which is completely separate and is not included in the credits. And then lastly, once you start expanding, there's different things that we can provide to you with reservations and contracts that basically give you credits for a certain amount of commitment with Google Cloud, but it's to allow you to actually grow and start having that market durability and having your clients to start committing to a larger contract with Google Cloud. You'll build better discounts with a commitment. But this is basically what a startup journey is. You'll definitely have multiple questions about this, but for that, you can actually go to Google Cloud. If you scan this QR code, you'll be able to apply it for the program. You'll see the benefits of each program, and you can connect to the startup success team and then get training resources directly from the startup success team. This is also part of the school, so you'll get access to these videos as well. And thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
I thought he was gonna. No, I thought he was gonna tell me how to get my credits, my other credits. All right, that's fine. All right, now the good stuff. All right, and I think I finished. Oh,
Hello, everyone. Wherever you're joining us from today, maybe good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We have a crowd here from over 50 different countries. So, welcome to you all. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Erin. I'm a startups program manager here at Google Cloud, and I am so excited to be here with you all today as the host of the session. As you all probably and hopefully know, today's session is the agentic revolution. So why now is the time to build intelligent agents? In just a few minutes, I'll be bringing John on stage. He will help you explore the agentic shift. So in this session, you will discover why agents are revolutionizing all industries, learn about their different core capabilities, and why now is the time for startups to start building them. So before I introduce John and you get into the content today, I do just have a few housekeeping items to run through, a few reminders. So bear with me and then we'll get to the good stuff shortly. So just to give you a sense of where we are in the startup school curriculum, I did want to point out, if you haven't heard, we have week 0 session available on demand already. So this was available last week. Hopefully you all heard about that and you know before you go and
okay,
remind
so
your emails. But if you haven't,
done.
here is your reminder. We have an amazing week 0 session about building your first AI agents on Google Cloud. It's kind of the essential critical starter session or pack for startups and developers. So go check that out. It's under an hour, super helpful.
Wait.
And yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Take a look. So as you all know, just discussed, we're in week 1. We're so excited you're all here. We'll go through John's session in just a few minutes. On Thursday, we have our second session, which is architecting intelligent agents. So join us then. Next week, we'll move into week 2. We'll go through models and the agent engine, how to choose and use the right AI power for your agents. And then unlocking agent potential. The team will get into different tooling and ADK or the agent development kit. Week 3, we've got some really exciting stuff as well. We'll walk you through how to build your first agent, so getting hands-on with the ADK. Datadog, super excited to announce they are a program partner for this quarter. They will talk to you about observing LLM applications using Datadog, of course. And then we'll close off with deploying your agents. So how to host scale your agents and then some best practices and insights. So definitely check out the sessions that are helpful for you. Hopefully they all are. We've really created and curated them to walk you through the end-to-end development and deployment of agents. All right. For anyone who is new to Startup School, I just wanted to quickly run through the program structure. So all of you who are here today, obviously joining us for our live sessions, we have live sessions each Tuesday and Thursday at the same time each week. So join us, please. All of the sessions do become available on demand about an hour or so after the session is live. So if you miss something, if you want to rewatch something, you can go to our website and watch the sessions back for a refresh or anything like that. In addition, you all likely know that we want you to practice what you learn in class. And so we recommend using Cloud Skills Boost Labs and notebooks. We have a recommended list of those in the link you see on your screen. We'll send this out via email. We'll talk about this again at the end of the session. So don't worry if you don't get this link right now, but we will provide basically all the recommended labs and notebooks for you to practice what our amazing speakers go through in class. And just a note there, you are able to obtain skills badges for completion of certain labs and courses via Cloud Skills Boost. All right, let's quickly talk about Cloud Skills Boost. I know this is always a hot topic. So again, you will be able to access the recommended labs free of charge, but in order to do that, you do need to fuel your account with credits on the platform, on the Cloud Skills Boost platform. So all of the information on this slide was provided in a reminder email or confirmation email that everyone received who registered. So if you haven't seen that email, please double check your spam or junk folders for emails coming from googlecloud@google.com. We haven't heard of any cases where the email wasn't there, but if for some reason, you can let us know. So anyways, we have instructions on how to activate your Cloud Skills Boost account. And so again, that QR code that you see on the screen right here, or that link will take you to those instructions to redeem your credits. So once you get to that link, you fill in your details, verify your email, and you can basically finish the first kind of course, which is about 5 to 6 minutes, and then the credits will be added to your account. If you do have any questions, if you have any issues, you can email startupschool-external@google.com and our team will be happy to help you. But take a look at those instructions first and hopefully everything works smoothly for you all. All right, last housekeeping items, I promise, before jumping into today's class. So these will help you make the most of your time at Startup School. On your screen, you can see a chat function on the right-hand side. You can use this to chat with different attendees. We have Google experts on hand as well. There's also a Q&A panel at the bottom. This is really where all of the Google AI experts will be on hand to answer your questions that come up throughout the class. Please ask your questions in either of those spaces, but the Q&A panel is likely a little bit easier just because you're able to upvote questions if you see something that resonates with you that you want answered. We do save the last 10 minutes of class for live Q&A with your instructor. We select the most commonly asked questions and those also relating directly to the content. So again, you can upvote any questions in the Q&A panel so that we can try to prioritize those and then use the chat space to converse with other participants and attendees. Mentioned this earlier, but we are recording each class. You'll be able to watch all of the sessions back on demand afterwards. You can access the recordings via the main program page. We will also send them out in our weekly recap emails, so several places to find those. As a reminder, we won't be sharing slides, but we will share the links to the labs that we cover in class, both in the chat and the Q&A panel and in our weekly emails. And then you can also find the list on the resources tab on our webpage. So plenty of spots to find the same thing, which is hopefully helpful. Last but not least, this is a hands-on training series. Most classes do cover labs and demos. All of the labs are available on the Cloud Skills Boost platform or on the Google Cloud GitHub repository. Again, we'll share all those links with you to access both of these resources. So we really strongly recommend using the time during the live session to watch any instructor going through the lab and then completing it on your own after the session. One final reminder, the credits that we provide will last you the full 3 weeks of the program, so you have plenty of time to do them on your own. So again, don't feel the need to do them during the live session. Okay, that is it for me. Appreciate you all bearing with me. I am so excited and delighted to invite John, today's speaker, to our virtual stage to lead class. So welcome, John. I will see everyone a little bit later for the Q&A section. Enjoy.
Thank you, Aaron. I'm so pleased that Aaron was the person to bring me on today, because you may not know, Aaron is the genius behind Startup School. So if it was not for Aaron, none of this would happen. And she works tirelessly, and it is a ton of effort to bring this all to you. And so we're super pleased that you're here and going to spend some of your valuable time with us. And I was really pleased to
All right, I
see
did
that
finish my
that it was Aaron.
background
I thought I was
work.
going to have to introduce myself,
Good
and
timing.
I had this big plan to wear 2 shirts and duck and then come back with a different shirt. That wasn't
No,
going to
sir.
work. So Aaron helped. My name is John Alioto. I am a startup evangelist here at Google Cloud, and we're going to talk about agents today. And I'm thrilled to bring this topic to you. So, let's talk about what's going on with agents. And I know this is a shock. When I was coming up with content for this talk, and this series, I thought, hey, let's do a really niche topic in AI that nobody's really talking about. And I kind of came up with this idea on my own. And so I know it's kind of shocking, but I think as we go through this set of weeks in the courses, you'll see that this is really an important thing to talk about. Of course, I'm kidding. Everybody is talking about agents. And when I put this content together, I wanted to help understand, at least my perspective, why startups should care. I'm a startup founder. I'm a startup CTO. I'm a startup CEO. Everybody in AI is talking about agents. Why? Right? Is it hype? Is it just what's on X? What is causing this agent revolution? And so that is the idea of my talk today. And hopefully by the end, you will see at least what my thinking on that.
I think I pushed it. Did I push? Did I push? Yes or no? Yes. Yes? Okay. Hold on. Let's just make sure it's good. Oh, now I can focus. Close that. See. Oh. This is the app right here. Actions. Here's my build. Let's deploy. Okay. Hello? Hello? Here we go. Okay, all the events are up on the website now. That goes to June 18th. That goes to the Zoho form. Right? Okay, let me do this one last thing. What are you talking about, baby boy? What's wrong? What is that? Oh, okay. Is it good? All right, we got this. I just want to. Where's those links? Oh, that one already is set up like that. Hold on. I need this. Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna assume I'm good to go on this for now. Let me give it a minute and I'll check back.
That is. So the best place to start is with some definitions because I see these conversations about agents between people, uh, and I see them talking right past one another. You know, sometimes someone will have an idea of what an agent is in their mind, and the person they're speaking with has an idea of what an agent is in their mind, and they're speaking to one another and saying agent, 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 and they are just absolutely missing what the other is saying. So I wanted to start with some definitions, at least from my take and how I think about agents and how I plan to discuss them through the rest of this talk. On the left-hand side, you have your conventional agents, right? They are single purpose. Imagine a customer service agent, right? It is AI powered. It generally has linear interactions. So what I mean by that is it's pretty easy to define the conversation between, say, your customer and the agent. It's a customer service agent. It helps your customer get their order status. You can pretty much imagine what the conversation is going to go like. You know, it has limited memory. When you go to a customer service agent, it doesn't go, hey, welcome back, John. A month ago, you asked us about XYZ. How's that going for you? Right. So it kind of remembers what we're talking about at the moment, but it really has no long-term memory. It can use tools, but generally in a limited way. You're not going to get them to do a whole lot of interesting things for you. If the agent is, you know, confused or overwhelmed, almost instantly they're going to pull in a human, right? Oh, this we need to issue a refund, we need to whatever. And so they have some notion of tool use, but not strong. And of course, they're grounded in company truth, right? They'll answer questions about the products, they will answer questions about the return policy, but generally they're not, you know, intelligent across lots of different subjects. So those are the types of things that a conventional conversational agent has. On the right-hand side, what we're talking about today, and we're talking about through the rest of startup school, are agentic systems. Okay, these agents are different. They are task and goal oriented. They are multimodal. So what does that mean? We're going to start to see Gemini, and I'm going to do some demos, and lots of people are going to talk about this, but I think it's really important to understand that multimodality is the agent's ability to perceive its world. So you can talk to the agents, they can understand speech, they can see video, they can see images, they can reason about that video, they can reason about those images, they can output in images, they can output in speech, they can output in text. So there's lots of different ways for these more complex agentic systems to interact with their world, which means interacting with our customers. Okay, so that's number one. They are goal oriented and task oriented. They have a goal, they have a task. This is what I do. I'm going to go do this thing for my customer. I'm going to book a trip. I'm going to, you know, fix their code. And instead of being an assistant that, okay, gives me suggestions when I hit tab, no, this agent goes off. It's a developer. It might work with a QA agent. It might work with a product requirement agent. It does much more complicated interactions. Its goals are much more complex. It works across lots of different capabilities. So a single agent may not do things. You know, a single agent might aggregate lots of calls to other different agents. So we're going to talk about how that might work. But you might have a travel assistant agent that calls another agent to book a hotel, and calls a second agent to book a flight, and calls another agent to give the customer information about where they're going and that sort of thing. And then it aggregates everything together and has that conversation. So really, the right-hand side is what we're talking about with agents all throughout this course. So the reason this is important is agents on the left are really a subset of agents on the right. If you can build agents on the right, you can build agents on the left, basically. All right. So let's move on. I love this definition. I love this white paper. This is a Google white paper. The link is down below. I grabbed this definition because I think it's really clear, right? It makes it very clear what we're talking about. So it's generative AI, right? This is all what we're talking about, and I'm going to dive into a little bit of that today. But I think this is basically assumed at this point. What I'm talking about is an agent that's powered by Gemini or Claude or whatever, ChatGPT, some sort of intelligent agent sitting underneath that's generative AI. It achieves goals. It observes the world, just like I talked about. And it uses tools to accomplish those goals, right? These are the things that we want our agent to do. And if you check out this white paper, it's great. I gave you the link here. It's a lot more. You can dive much more deeply into the thinking. Really wonderful, wonderful paper. So put this down. Here we go. Here we go. All right, we're going to do a demo because we got to do demos and not just slides. So I go over to new data and I share this tab, and then you'll see my tab. All right, and I'm going to go to ai.dev. Okay, AI to score. I don't know, but score AI. I don't know who did that or how that happened, but score. Okay, so yeah, ai.dev is where you can go, and this is Google AI Studio. I'm also going to talk about Vertex AI, the differences, but we're going to start in Google AI Studio. The reason I want to start here is because this cool little function here called build. Okay, and I want to, let's see if I want to build a travel agent assistant that is, if I can type today, that is grounded using Google search, and we'll talk about what that means, that answers questions about where I want to go. All right, and then we'll let Gemini go do its work. And I don't know how many of you are addicted. I am absolutely addicted to looking at the thought space that the agent is building, that the model is building. And I don't want to dive too deeply into this. I'm absolutely fascinated by this. This thought space is emergent from reinforcement learning. So this is not programmed. This is not given to the model. The model learns as it is being trained what the sort of things it should put in its thinking is. And it just so happens that the model learns through reinforcement learning, hey, I should build what looks like a PRD, what looks like a product requirements document, and I should figure out how to ground on Google search, and I should call the Gemini API. The model is not told this is how you should reason about this problem. This is absolutely emergent, which is fascinating to me, is that when the model is given a problem, it comes up with reasoning that is very close, in most cases, to the way a human might do it. I think that's tremendous. So it's going to take its time. So I'm going to jump over and we'll go back. But the output is going to be basically an agent. Okay, it's going to do some stuff. I'm going to have the code, so I can edit the code. I can look at the code it's written, and I just want to see. Oh, it's going to start. It's going to start coding. Come on, start coding. Okay. It's got the code. It's got my agent. I can ask my agent, I want to go to Paris, France. What is the weather like there? All right. Go, little agent. Okay. And now my little agent's going to go, and it's going to call the Google Search API because I asked the environment to build an agent that was grounded on Google Search. So it's going to give me my answer. It's going to tell me about Paris, France, and it's going to tell me the source from Google Search where it got its information. And this is, we're going to talk more about grounding. And we're going to talk more about what that
I want to see this
is. All
demo
right.
again because I was
Jump
trying
back
to
over.
save stuff. Go back.
Paper. So put this down. Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right. We're going to do a demo because we got to do demos and not just slides. So I go over to new data and I share this tab, and then you'll see my tab. All right. And I'm going to go to ai.dev. Okay. AI to score. I, I don't know, but score AI. I don't know who did that or how that happened, but score. Okay. So yeah, ai.dev is where you can go. And this is Google AI Studio. I'm also going to talk about Vertex AI, the differences, but we're going to start in Google AI Studio. The reason I want to start here is because this cool little function here called build. Okay. And I want to, let's see if I want to build a travel agent assistant that is, if I can type today, that is grounded using Google search. And we'll talk about what that means. That answers questions about where I want to go. All right. And then we'll let Gemini go do its work. And I love, I don't know how many of you are addicted. I am absolutely addicted to looking at the thought space that the agent is building, that the model is building. And I don't want to dive too deeply into this. I'm absolutely fascinated by this. This thought space is emergent from reinforcement learning. So this is not programmed. This is not given to the model. The model learns as it is being trained what the sort of things it should put in its thinking is. And it just so happens that the model learns through reinforcement learning, hey, I should build what looks like a PRD, what looks like a product requirements document, and I should figure out how to ground on Google search, and I should call the Gemini API. The model is not told this is how you should reason about this problem. This is absolutely emergent, which is fascinating to me, is that when the model is given a problem, it comes up with reasoning that is very close, in most cases, to the way a human might do it. I think that's tremendous. So it's going to take its time. So I'm going to jump over and we'll go back. But the output is going to be basically an agent. Okay, it's going to do some stuff. I'm going to have the code, so I can edit the code. I can look at the code it's written, and I just want to see. Oh, it's going to start. It's going to start coding. Come on, start coding. Okay, it's got the code. It's got my agent. I can ask my agent, I want to go to Paris, France. What is the weather like there? All right. Go, little agent. Okay. And now my little agent's going to go and it's going to call the Google Search API because I asked the environment to build an agent that was grounded on Google search. So it's going to give me my answer. It's going to tell me about Paris, France, and it's going to tell me the source from Google search where it got its information. And this is, we're going to talk more about grounding. We're going to talk more about what that is. All right. Jump back over here because I think this one's going to start building eventually. You can see it's reasoned about the problem. It's building subsections of code. And then what it's going to do is start building out this agent. I'm ready to ship right there at the bottom of its
I did
thinking.
not
So really
realize.
really
I
cool and
never
interesting. All
tried
right,
this yet.
I'm going to let that agent
I need to go
continue.
try
But
that
we
agent
saw
builder.
what we were able to do. It will get the code right here. I can download the code. Okay, that's fantastic. I can save it off. Uh, and this is really cool right here. I can deploy this with one click to Cloud Run. So if here it goes building out the agent. So if I click here on Cloud Run, it's going to say, okay, what GCP project do you want to deploy this to? And it'll just one click deploy. I have to have a GCP account and all that good stuff. But it will take that and deploy it to Cloud Run, and I can get this live very, very quickly. So I think that's super cool. And that is AI Studio building a conversational assistant. And here we go down to the bottom, almost done. Go, 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 little agent. And last check mark. Oh my God. Oh my God, so verbose. Okay, you get the idea. And it's gonna go ahead and build that out. So this is a really cool place to iterate quickly, to start building agents. You can get the code, you can see how the app is built, you can see how the APIs are called, you can ask it to build all sorts of different agents. Tremendous set of examples here. So absolutely do check this out. And now let me jump back to the deck, share this tab instead. All right, well, that's it for my agent talk. We've talked about what an agent is. We've seen how to build an agent in real. Okay, I'm joking. We built the conversational agent on the left. Now we're going to talk about building the agentic system on the right. So the reason why we're not focusing on the conversational assistant on the left is because it's become trivially easy to build at this point. I can go ask Gemini, build an agent for me, and basically it does. So it's a much more interesting conversation to talk about agentic systems. And that's what we're going to do. I need to get my little other window back so I can know how much yakking I've been doing. All right, so let's start to answer this question, why agents? You know, everywhere you look on social media, it's agents, agents, agents. Everyone in AI is talking about agents. What's the motivation? What's going on here? So I've been at Google Cloud about a year. And when a buddy of mine called me up and told me about the role, and he said, "Hey, you know, we're working with startups at Google. You should come join us." I thought, all right, you know, that's interesting. That's really fun. Let me think about if I was going to do a startup again, and I've done I've done many, both successful and many failures, but some successful. Knock on whatever material this is. I think it's cardboard, but. I started to think, you know, if I was a founder today, and this was about a year ago, what would I build? Okay. And I started to categorize. All right, you know, there's the hardware, there's the platform, there's the software. What would I build? And what would someone want to invest in as an investor? Where would I get my seed money? How are venture capitalists thinking about this? And I kind of came up with this structure. And the answer I came to a year ago was I would build a vertical agent, right? Now, what I'm going to try and do is explain my motivation for that. Why did I come up with that a year ago? What information did I use to come up with that? And why that might help inform you why your startup ought to be doing the same thing. Okay. So if you look here on the left, this is the foundation, right? These are where the big players are. These are the hyperscalers. These are Google, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Amazon are all playing here. OpenAI, or Anthropic, and they have spent literally billions upon billions of dollars building these models. These models are not cheap, right? We all know this. And, you know, a few years ago, if you wanted to play in a space as a startup, you would need to kind of play in this space. And we've seen a lot of very successful startups that actually played in this space. You know, this is the foundation layer. This is what we are going to build our agents on top of and build our business model on top of. We don't need to repeat this work. You know, there are some startups, you know, DeepSeek comes to mind. There are going to be innovations in the hardware space, in the platform space, in the model training space. Those are going to continue to happen, but they're going to be well funded. They're going to be expensive. They're going to be right difficult. Okay. These models that have been built are incredible knowers. They know things. We ask them questions, we have chats with them, and they know, oh, you should do this, you should do that. Here's information about what you just asked. They are knowers. Agents take knowers and turn them into doers. So knowing was not enough. We wanted these guys to actually, and gals, whatever they are, I call them it, but you may call them he or she, I don't know. I call them it. We wanted it to do something. Don't just talk, you know, go do it. Go do something for me. And so what we're trying to do is turn it from knowers into doers. And that is the right-hand side. This is the value side. This is where the money is. This is where the value is. And this is where we're going to compete as startups, right? This is the value layer. So what does that mean? That means building vertical agents that don't just know about things, they actually do things. If you're helping an architect design plans, generate compliant blueprints, for example. If you're helping an attorney or a paralegal come up with a document or a brief, know the law, flag some cases they might see, flag some evidence they might be able to use, right? Do something. If you're helping my customer, help them book travel, help them, make plans, help them do something. So this is what we're trying to do in the value space, is turn these knowers into doers, because that's how we're going to make money. We're not going to make money competing with Google in the knower space. We're going to make money competing in the doer space. And that's where your capability and your knowledge starts to become very valuable as a founder. What business models can you disrupt? What have you experienced in corporate America or corporate wherever you are in the world that you can do better, that there's a pain point? That's where we're going to focus our business model, and that's where we're going to focus our agents.
It's not a lot of room up here.
It's really interesting to me. And a year ago, I thought, Google is the only company on earth that innovates across the entire set, from the foundation all the way to the value, from innovations in hardware. So we just I guess it was at Cloud Next, we just launched, or maybe it was IO, the V7 of the TPUs, which are
not enough room up here.
unbelievable. We innovate at the platform layer with Vertex AI and GCP. We innovate at the software layer. We innovate at the agent layer, all the way up to the inference layer. So Google is the company that innovates end to end. So if you start to ask yourself, hey, why is Gemini so good? How are they able to come up with, every month there's a better and better and better Gemini model? What's going on? Okay, this is why. Because there's innovation at every layer of the stack, not just in one layer of the stack. And Google is singular in that regard. All right. But how does that make us money? That's cool. I get it. Vertical agents make sense. Let's talk about how we make money. Where's the value? Okay. If you look at the corporate world, this is the world we know. You got a human layer that interacts with a software layer, right? So we human agents go to work every day. We interact with our software. We do stuff. We coordinate across different pieces of software. We interact in these layers. The first layer, the software as a service layer, we know it well. There's lots of companies here, right? Tons of successful startups. It's, Salesforce and NetSuite and, Figma and lots, just on and on and on and on and on. Software as a service layer. It's so well known we meme about it, right? What XYZ taught me about B2B SaaS or whatever it is, whatever that goofy
It's too big.
But the second layer is the human layer, and this layer is filled with talented, brilliant, hardworking, expensive people, and it's inefficient. Anyone who works for a large company knows this layer is inefficient. Things are hard to get done, right? It takes us lots of time to interact with this software, other systems, coordinated across systems. And in fact, if you redrew this the way it ought to really be done and scale it by cost, okay, your enterprise might pay hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars for a software license. That's great. So if I save you 10% of that, I save you $100,000, $200,000. That's pretty good. But if I save you 10% in the human layer, I save you billions, right? So if I make your human layer more efficient, that's where the money is. Okay, that's where startups are working to disrupt.
What?
I'm going to make it so you don't have to interact with your CRM and your inventory system and your shipping system and check across a whole bunch of different softwares and check across this and that and do all this work across spreadsheets and everything else to get the information you need. We are going to build agents that help people be more efficient interacting with this software so they can do more and more important things than all the inefficiencies that are at this layer. So this is where vertical agents play. And this is why I believe this is where we ought to be building our startups to really be disruptive. Okay.
You ready for a nap?
Maybe you agree with me, maybe you don't. We'll talk about it in the Q&A. Tell me why you think it's right. Tell me why you think it's wrong. Maybe there's things I haven't considered. Would love to talk about it. But at least hopefully you see some of my thinking on why, if I were a founder, that's where I think I would be
What are
focused.
you talking about?
So why now? What the heck happened?
3,
We're going along just fine,
4.
and all of a sudden, boom, 2025 is the year of agents. Why? What happened? Well, this is a little bit, this is kind of the evolution. And I think you'll agree this is where we went. I'll show you why I think it's
I
not
agree,
exactly
this
the right
is
answer,
ish.
but it's foundational.
So,
We started with the models. We're prompting them. We love the models. This is where we fell in love with ChatGPT a few years ago. It's only been a few years. Crazy. You know, we fell in love with Claude. We fell in love with Gemini. We love chatting with them. We love using them. They're fantastic.
11.
We started to understand, however, they can be wrong sometimes. They can be confidently wrong sometimes, right? And so we needed to do some things before these models became super useful in important places where it's actually needs to be right. So we kind of came up with something we had known how to do, and we've known how to semantically compress documents through vectorization and go and retrieve those documents from a Elasticsearch or a database or what have you. We've known how to do that. So we said, hey, let's go ahead and do that. And we'll help the model. We'll ground it in some certain bit of truth that we decide. And that worked great. But to me, it's always been a half measure, right? Semantic compression, vectorization. When you take a document and you compress it semantically using vectorization, you lose information. There's just no way around that. So you're not going to get around the accuracy recall trade-off, right? You can either be highly accurate and maybe miss some things, or you're gonna, bring back everything and be irrelevant. Cosine similarity is cosine similarity. The math is the math. You're not going to get around that. You can build agentic RAG, you can build an augmented RAG, you can do whatever you want, but when you semantically compress, you lose information. Bottom line. Okay, so why is it different now? The magic of the transformer was attention. The magic of the transformer was positional encoding. Those things don't exist in standard vectorization. So you're starting to see we're re-ranking, we're pulling out our documents, we're letting the models try and understand what is in there. So we're making it more efficient, but we're taking advantage of the magic of the transformer to go and do this work. And that's why, in my mind, RAG has always been a half measure. If you can take your documents and just give them to the model and the model can reason about them, that's the best possible scenario. Now that takes a very large context window, that takes a lot of attention heads, all that good stuff. And we'll talk about Gemini and how it's got a huge context window, but that's not always possible yet. But it is ideal because then we get attention, we get positional encoding, we get all the magic that the geniuses who build these darn things have come up with to understand these documents, and we don't lose information in semantic compression. And now we get here.
You can go to cloudonair.google.
We've got RAG, we've got grounding in truth, we've got all these things. And now we're to the point where, hey, we can start to make these agents. We've even arrived at reasoning. So we have models that are very, very good at coming up with ideas and coming up with ways to reason through problems and giving themselves thought space that actually gives them step-by-step ways to solve these problems. So we've arrived at sort of the state of the art.
It's cloudonair.withgoogle.com. This is startup school.
Agentic systems deployed with hundreds of agents running all around corporate America doing all this great stuff.
This in the first week still, so this is just session 1, which was from yesterday.
Approaches, we have the protocols, we have MCP to call tools, we have A to A to call other agents, we have enhanced grounding, we have grounding with Google search, we have vector, right? So we have a lot of capability at our fingertips where we can actually accomplish these goals. I said kind of because that's not the real reason.
Have another bite.
Advancements in technology come through confluence of different things
You goofy.
happening in the
Wanna go
technology
outside?
space. I'll give you some
You gonna
examples.
go outside, okay?
When the cost of bandwidth dropped and the cost of storage dropped, we got Dropbox,
You're
Box,
such a
OneDrive,
spoiled bird.
right? Those things
What?
needed to happen before we could have
You gonna build
data
some
in the
agents?
cloud. And once we had those things, we instantly got a lot of players in that space because technologies came together to make it possible. We tried. There were many, many companies that tried to do Uber with flip phones. Okay, back in the day, a long time ago. Yes, I'm old. Stop making fun in the chat. It didn't work. Drivers couldn't find passengers and passengers couldn't find drivers. Why not? Well, we didn't have military grade GPS and smartphones in our pocket, and now we do. And when those things happened, when we got very high fidelity
He's
GPS,
talking
we
some
got
good talk.
smartphones in
I'm
our
trying to
pocket.
really.
Everybody's got a smartphone. Now everyone has
I'm
GPS.
probably gonna listen
Now
to this
Uber
when I
comes,
take
Lyft
Justice
comes.
for a
Now we
walk.
can do this thing because we're capable. These technologies came together and they started to make other use cases possible. So what's going on with agents? Multiple technologies are coming together. The models. Okay. I was doing this in 2020, 2021.
Stop.
The models were not good. They were not smart. They were expensive, horrendously expensive. Okay. They didn't have reasoning. They were small. We were just, okay. The tools. So the models have become cheaper, they've become faster, they've become powerful. The tools, we didn't have the tools. We didn't have LangChain and LangGraph and ADK and there wasn't this ubiquitous API culture where we can just, call everything through an API. So the tools have started to come together where it's now
You want the
becoming
cookie?
possible to build these things. And the platform, the hyperscalers, the GCP, Vertex. Can I get these out there and can I have these end-to-end tools where I don't have to do all the work, where I don't have to host everything, where I don't have to handle every little bitty detail of my deployments? And when these things came together, we got agents. So, in each one, it's pretty obvious and self-evident how these things came together. There's just a radical drop in cost. Intelligence is going to zero. It is absolutely going to zero. It's going to be cheap. It's cheap already, very, very cheap. Gemini 2.5 Flash is unbelievably smart for how cheap it is. There's other models. I'll call your attention to. I don't have a slide on it, but Gemma 3N just blows my mind. We'll talk about that a little later. But these models are 3 and 4 billion parameters. They take up 2 and 3 gigabytes of memory. They run on your phone, and they're nearly as conversational as frontier models were 3 or 4 months ago. It's insane how good these models are becoming. It's hard to wrap my mind around it, frankly. Multimodality, we talked about that. Massive context windows where we can put those documents in the context and let the model reason about them better. So, we've all seen this happening right before our eyes. The tools, we've got the vector databases. We've got this kind of explosion in capability. Frankly, just as a parenthetical, I don't think we solved this problem. I think there's a lot more work to be done, obviously, on how memory is distilled. What does a distillation of memory look like? What does long-term memory look like? In humans, generally, we consider that to be dreams. What do these LLM dreams look like? Like, what does this look like? And I don't think it looks like relational data, honestly. That's how we're doing it. That's what we're doing right now. But much, much, much more to come on how do we distill memory? How do we pass on this long-term information that we need? I don't think it looks like a SQL database, frankly. Explosion in capabilities, your function calling, your APIs. This is all well understood. LangChain, LangGraph, ADK,
You're so silly.
and ubiquitous APIs. And the hyperscale infrastructure, right? It's elastic, it's cost efficient, it's global. You don't have to build this footprint yourself. You can use Vertex AI, you can deploy your agent, you can scale it up, scale it down, save lots of money, put it global, right? It's all just right there, built for you at your fingertips to use as a tool. So the confluence of these technologies has brought us agents. We can now do it. And this is a good time to introduce a high-level architecture. We're going to talk about this high-level architecture throughout the course of startup school. So obviously, I'm not going to go through every single bit of this today, but I wanted to introduce this architecture as where we're going. By the end of the course, you will understand all the pieces of this, how to build them, how they come together, why they're there. You know, you'll have a very good idea of what this overall agentic architecture and this cognitive architecture looks like. So
I'm so excited. They always have such good stuff.
now let's talk a little bit about why Google Cloud. So we've got this architecture, we've got these confluence of technologies, everything is good. I want to build my agents. Why should I build my agents on Google Cloud? Well, I will tell you. So let's map these concepts and ideas to Google Cloud. So on the left-hand side, you have Gemini. That is our frontier model.
Don't put it there.
Awesome.
It
has lots of different flavors. We will go through that. In the middle, you have Google ADK, the Agent Development Kit. Okay, I will give you the motivation for why we built ADK, where it fits in the world of different frameworks you might choose, and what the deal with ADK is. And then there's Vertex AI. That is your end-to-end AI and ML platform where you can build and deploy agents, build and deploy ML solutions, build and deploy AI solutions that scale globally, scale up, scale down, do all your HIPAA, you can make them HIPAA compliant, PCI compliance, got all the, all the abilities, your observability, your monitoring management, it's all there for you. Okay. So let's take a look at Gemini. I wanted to talk about this slide. I mentioned it before. Gemini 2.0 and 2.5 are very, very different models than the Gemini 1.5. They are natively multimodal. If we have time, I can demo what that means. But suffice it to say here, they understand and can reason about what they're given. So if you ask Gemini, hey, look at this image and put a bounding box around the armadillo, it will find the armadillo, it will understand the picture, it will understand the animal you're talking about, it will put the bounding box, and it will generate a new image with the bounding box. We're not going out to another model. It's not writing Python code. It's not doing image segmentation with YOLO and then finding an animal and then figuring out the bounding box using code. It's not doing that stuff. That's the way we used to do it, okay? These models are natively multimodal. That's what that means. When you speak to this model, it's not doing speech to text and text to speech, and it is understanding what you're saying, and it is natively outputting speech. That is a different world. That is a different world than where we were. All right, so let's go to lots of different flavors of Gemini. Why do I bring this up? Because cognitive architectures in the real world use lots of different models. You've got the pro model on the very left-hand side. These are very conversational. They are very large. They capture nuance in a conversation. They are very powerful, but they tend to be expensive. The flash models are fast. They're cheap. They don't capture as much nuance in the conversation. They might not be the best choice to, say, interact with your customer. You might want a larger model, a more interactive model that will capture more of the nuance to have that conversation with your customer. But you might use a flash model or even a flashlight model to generate a Python function that parses a string. You don't need Gemini Pro to do that. And you certainly don't need 2.5, which adds reasoning. So cognitive architectures that we build in the real world are going to leverage lots of different models. They might use reasoning models when you need to solve a hard problem. They might use pro models when you need to have a conversation with your customer. And they might use flash and light models when you need to do tasks or call tools or things that are relatively simple and can be done reliably. So it's great that Gemini has this set of choices where you can build out this realistic cognitive architecture and have the right model for the right job that's the best, fastest, and cheapest for what it needs to do. The world is not going to be one gigantic model to rule them all. It's just going to be too expensive, too much latency. It's not the way we're going to go. We're going to go lots of different agents, small models that are super smart, like Gemma 3N, and we train it to do one thing really well, and it's practically free.
Hmm. Here, I gotta go get something. You coming with me? Okay, well, come on. Go the other way. Thank you. Oh, excuse me.
And we have hundreds of thousands or billions of these things all working together. That's what it's going to look like. The future looks like lots and lots of agents that are really, really small, fast, and smart doing things together. It does not. It's more like ant algorithms, right? It's more like how an ant colony works, not like this giant super genius can tell you everything. This is not the way things are going to work. I know there's respectful disagreement there. I think they're wrong. Okay, Gemini 2.5 is the reasoning model. The reasoning space, like I said, is endlessly fascinating to me. It is created by reinforcement learning for the most part. And that means it is emergent. We don't give the model, hey, here's how you should reason about problems. It figures it out. To me, that's awesome. So we are in preview with many of the 2.5 models. You can use them in AI Studio. You can use them in Vertex AI. They are extremely powerful. They are extremely intelligent. We have pro models that are super conversational and do a lot of reasoning. And we have flash models that are very fast and cheaper and are still capable of doing quite a bit of reasoning, but still in a faster and cheaper way. So again, if you need reasoning, you're going to pull a reasoning model into your cognitive architecture. You're not going to just take a reasoning model and throw every problem at it. It's the wrong architecture to gather everything together in data, dump it on the reasoning model, and ask it to do all these things. It will probably work. It'll be slow and it'll be expensive. We're doing the same thing we do in software engineering when we have problems that are parallelizable and can be done, by smaller little functions and little components. We will build agents. We will have these agents do things that are easy to do for them. We will have small models that are very cheap. And then we might have a reasoning model aggregate all the work of these smaller models together in a solution to our problem, right? We're not going to just dump everything on a reasoning model and go. Not yet, anyway. We might get there eventually, with some hardware and some software breakthroughs. I think we're a few of those away from the point where this will be a reasonable cognitive architecture. But today, we really need to break up our problems, use smaller models, use agents to get stuff done. Okay. Let's do another little demo here. What demo do I want to do? I think we tested this demo. I just want to get a little bit of excitement here about where. Okay, here's it built out. I'm going to share this tab so you can know what I'm talking about. Okay, here it built out the agent. Check. Gives me the code I can edit. Lets me deploy. All that great stuff. So what I want to do here is give myself a new chat, and I'm gonna go to stream, and hopefully this will. We tested it, so it did work. So I'm gonna give it my webcam, and I'm gonna talk to Gemini. Hi, Gemini, can you see me?
Yes, I can see you clearly.
What am I doing?
You appear to be sitting and looking at something, possibly a screen, with your head. Behind you, there are some plants visible and a light source, possibly
what kind
a
of
lamp.
plants are they?
Stop.
The plants look like they might be trailing plants, possibly something like pothos or a similar vine, hanging from the background.
Anybody know if that's true? I don't know if that's true. Sounded pretty good to me. Let me give it my screen. All right. So what do I want to do? I want to give it itself. Gemini, can you see my screen?
Ooh.
Yes, I can see your screen. It looks like you're on a page with the Stream Real-Time Studio interface.
I want to add Google grounding through Google search. How can I do that?
Okay, I can help with that.
I can do exactly what I want to
Please
do
go
with
to the
this.
Tools section on the right-hand
I'm
side.
not telling y'all what it is, though.
So you start to understand where this is going, right? We're getting closer and closer to the ubiquitous AI presence. Hey, computer, how far to Starbase 121 at Warp 7? I know there's some nerds out there laughing nerds, right? Okay. This ubiquitous AI presence in our lives, right? It can see, it can understand what I'm doing on my desktop. It can help me do things. It can hear what I'm saying. It can understand the videos. It can understand the images. It can reason about what it's seeing. It can be grounded in the documentation for the tool that you're using. We're starting to get to the point where this is a very realistic scenario of an omnipresent AI in our lives. So I think that is very, very cool. And you can go play with this for free at AI Studio. You should go do that because it's fun. All right. I think that's awesome. Let's go back here. And we'll do this. Okay. All right. Let's talk about the Google ADK. And I need to bring back my time window. All right. How are we doing? We're doing fine. We're doing just fine. So Google ADK. Why did we build this? Okay, there's lots of frameworks out there. There's our friends at LangChain, LangGraph. There's lots of different options for you. So first, let's talk what it is. I stole this. The source is there. So if you want to go check out the source, you should. I stole this because I think it's a really good description of the ADK. And so I like to define things before we talk about them so we are all on the same page of what's being talked about. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to develop these AI agents. We're going to be using the generative AI, the popular LLMs. They don't need to be Gemini. They probably should be Gemini. I don't work for Google DeepMind, so I'm allowed to say that. But you can integrate Claude, you can integrate ChatGPT, you can integrate whatever model you want. You could host your own Gemma and integrate that. So lots of different options here for the agents. And I'll just take an aside really quickly. I'm in the United States. I'm here in beautiful Oakland, California. I work in San Francisco, California. It's a cloudy day here. Here in the US, we tend to assume omnipresent internet that is always on, that is always high bandwidth. We always have access to, wherever we are to the internet. And when we build products, we think about that a lot. But lots of places in the world, that's not the case, right? You don't have omnipresent internet. You don't have high bandwidth all the time, but you still want to have AI. And you start to think about, okay, how can I build these models? How can I use these smaller models on my device, right? And so you have these models like Gemma 3N that take up 2 or 3 gigabytes of RAM. Now you can start running them on your device. You can start doing useful work when you don't have an internet connection. And then when you do, you resync up with the larger model and you have this kind of symbiotic relationship between small model on the device, large model in the cloud. It's a really cool scenario that's going to unlock a lot of use cases. So, when you're thinking about business models to disrupt, compute on the edge is a good one. Okay, let's keep going. So here's the motivation. This is XY. On the X axis, we've got less flexible to the left, more flexible to the right. On the Y axis, we've got difficult at the bottom, we've got easy at the top. And, we can play a little game where it's like, figure out which slides in JP's deck were built by professionals and which were built by him. I think you all know who built this slide, so forgive me. On the bottom right, you can build it all yourself. You start from scratch, brand new virtual environment. You make your first Python file and you just build out your agents and you go. And that is very, very flexible. It's also very, very difficult. Okay. And the top left, you've got out of the box solutions. You know what this conversation is going to look like. You know what the interaction with your customer is going to look like. You don't need to build out some crazy cognitive architecture that does all this stuff. You just want an agent that does X, Y, Z, and maybe if your customer takes a left turn on you at some point, hey, you can pull in a generative model and handle it at that juncture. All right. Going up, you've got LangChain, you've got LangGraph. They're low-level frameworks. They're fantastic. Coming down, you have your low-code solutions, your dialogue flows, so you have a little bit more control and power. And the sweet spot, at least the sweet spot that we were aiming for in ADK, is really this balance of capability, expressibility in the ideas that you want and the power of the agent, but also some ease of use, right? Some way to build these cognitive architectures where you're not handling memory and moving data back and forth between all your agents and scaling up and down and doing all these things that a framework could handle for you. So we're really aiming for this sweet spot in the market. Does that mean you can't use LangChain and LangGraph? Absolutely not. You can. You should. We had some great blog posts from our friends at GDM about how to do agents with LangChain and LangGraph. Amazing stuff. So this doesn't mean you have to use ADK. It doesn't mean you can't use them in conjunction. You certainly can. So that's just the motivation and where we think this product sits. Okay, so let's look back at our architecture. This is where we are. So I mentioned we were going to, kind of introduce this architecture. We're here at the agent orchestration layer, right? All the things that we want to do with our agents working together, talking back and forth, passing data, scaling up and scaling down, doing all these cool things. This is where in our architecture we are living at the moment. This is, what the idea here is. It's pretty straightforward, pretty high level. You have your requirements coming in, you have your interaction model, you have your prompts, you have your tools, you have your, prompt engineering where you give it a personality, you give it a model. It can use MCP to call out to tools. It can call out to a human as a tool. So if you think, oh, hey, my agent needs help from a human, human interaction is a tool. We're just tools for your agents. That's what's going to happen to us. Okay. So it's just going to be call out to a human. Hey, I need help. I got this tool that's a human. Speak for yourself, buddy. Okay, I'm speaking for myself, the tool. Okay, we've got agent to agent framework that we announced back at Cloud Next, I think, and that allows these agents to work together. So we're starting to get the protocols. We're starting to get the APIs. We're starting to get this architecture where it really is realistic to build this agent that is grounded, that can use different tools, that can access other agents and work together. And so this is where the ADK makes your life easier. And we're going to go in depth to the ADK. So don't think this is it, ADK done. No. I want to introduce these things at a high level, talk about the reason, talk about where they live, and then we're going to dive deep in how these things work. We're going to look at the code. We're going to do all that good stuff as the course of the of startup school goes. All right. Let's talk about Vertex AI. What is this thing? This is an end-to-end AI and ML platform. Okay, what does that mean? We've talked about Google AI Studio, consumer product. You need a Gmail account. You go sign up. It's free. You get an API key. You can do paid tiers. If you want to set up a billing account, you can go up in the tiers, get more capacity. It is worth noting that when you're using the free tier, data is shared with Google. If you are using the paid tiers of any Google service, data is not used. So you are sharing your data with Google, and you agree to do that when you access the free tier, but you can add paid tiers. And then on the other side, on my right-hand side, we have Vertex. This is the end-to-end AI ML platform. This is where you start to think about, how do I go live to 10,000, 100,000, a million users? I have global users. I need a global database. I need data privacy. I need to be in, I need to bring my own encryption key. I need to do HIPAA compliance. I need to do PCI compliance. I need to do data sovereignty. I need to keep my EU data in the EU, and you got all these things that are not generally available in a lighter platform like AI Studio. So this is really built on top of the full power of GCP. You don't just need to use Vertex. Vertex can interact with Cloud Run. It can interact with Spanner. It can interact with PubSub. It can interact with the entire architecture of GCP to build out a robust, scalable, compliant architecture that works all the time. So we got vibe coders. We don't got vibe architects yet, right? So maybe someday, put myself out of work, we'll have vibe architect where you can say, make this secure and make this compliant and make this scalable and make, go build me the Uber backend on GCP, and it'll and get all done. And we ain't there yet. Okay. So this is the platform you use when you want to accomplish those goals. I bring this up because it's important to understand, platform as a service versus infrastructure as a service. We talk about this all the time. On the left, at the top, you've got Vertex. It's platform as a service, right? It is a managed service. You call service endpoints to get work done, right? You give it your agent. You say, I want to scale up to, whatever. I want to scale down to 1. I want to use this memory. So you have this managed environment where your agent is running. In exchange for a little bit less flexibility, you get cost optimization. It's cheaper, right? You can go grab virtual machines in GCP and put a huge GPU on there and hold it 24/7 and do inference on your, gigantic cluster of GPUs. Awesome. Very expensive. Right? So you can do the IaaS route. You can use Kubernetes engine. You can grab raw metal VMs. But, that's back to the flexibility versus ease of use discussion. So Vertex AI is more on the platform as a service, easier to use, lots of managed services, GKE, Google Kubernetes Engine, starts to be more about, hey, I'm going to control a little bit more of the hardware myself. And you have this balance of capabilities. So you're going to find it all in GCP, obviously. I don't find the speeds and feeds discussion very interesting. People ask, can I build it on GCP? Yes. Can I build it on GCP? Yes. Okay, all our stuff's built on GCP. You can build it on GCP, I promise. It can be built. Okay. The question is how? How much is it going to cost? How do I do it? What do I do? How do I make it secure? Where do I put my data? How do I make sure I don't wind up on the cover of the Wall Street Journal for all the wrong reasons because I vibe coded my way into giving my customer data away to everybody who attacked my front end? Okay. Platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, Vertex AI, other services. So we get that. Okay. Vertex AI has got a ton of stuff. No way can I go through it all today. Check it out. It's got a lot of great stuff, but where we're focused today is in the agent layer. I love Model Garden. It's amazing. I usually demo it. I just don't have time today, but it's cool. Check it out. So Vertex has a lot. We're going to focus here, particularly Agent Engine. This is where we will deploy our agents from ADK. So you build out your agents in ADK. You're going to run them locally. You're going to test them. You're like, I love this agent. My God, I'm going to make billions. Boom. I deploy it to Agent Engine in Vertex AI. It's going to give me that scalability. It's going to give me that management. How do I actually live with these things in the real world? We've got Datadog coming up. Aaron, thanks a lot, Aaron, put Star Trek nerd stuff in my head right before my talk. She's, when Pulaski calls data, and she goes, what's the difference? And he goes, one is my name, the other is not. So we're going to have Datadog come and talk about observability, management, logging, all that cool stuff, things you need to do when you actually have these things going in the real world. How do I evaluate my models? How do I set up a rigorous scenario where I know I can use Flash Lite, or I might need to bump it up to Flash or even Pro? Like, how do I set up these evaluations? How do I do quality? And of course, it's all provider agnostic. You can use any framework. You can pull any one of our partner models in. You love Claude, you can use Claude. You want to use ChatGPT, use ChatGPT, right? It's provider agnostic. It's framework agnostic. It's all right there for you. Agent Engine, super cool. Okay. This is another view of it, a more, lower level view. You have the runtime. Context management is really important. So, this is similar to, maybe you might think about it as session on the web. Like how do I manage and maintain this session with all my agents? I've got all these agents coordinating with one another, doing all this stuff. How do I pass data back and forth with them? How do I, maybe I have things that can be done in parallel. Maybe I don't. Maybe some needs to be done in series. Maybe some needs to, before I start doing this task, the previous task needs to be successful, right? So how do I kind of manage this context, manage this information that's going back and forth between all my agents, right? You don't want to build that. You can. Heck yeah, you can, right? But there's a lot of effort, save that for somebody else. Make billions of dollars and, just use context management and platform as a service for a startup, right? It's fast, it's cheap, you get it going, and boom, 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 done. Don't build all that crazy stuff. So anyway, this is where kind of Agent Engine lives, and all the abilities live, and all the different frameworks live. So that's kind of a good picture. This is where we're talking about this in our architecture. So this is when we start to talk about things like deployment. How do I do this? CI/CD, how does it fit into my continuous development, continuous integration pipelines? How do I do my testing, my automated deployments? How do I get this stuff out there, right? How do I scale this to the world? How do I serve my customers, all across the world? How do I make this more scalable with PubSub and every other message passing approach, or whatever you want to do? So this is where we're starting to think about, when I deploy this agent in the real world, how do I actually live with it? How do I make sure it's always working, always up, that sort of thing. So this is where in the architecture Vertex AI and particularly Agent Engine live. Okay. We are at about an hour, I think. And so I'm going to show a little bit of the ADK. Again, I don't want to go in too much depth here. So others will do that. And so fear not, you will get plenty of information about the ADK throughout the course of these talks. However, just as an introduction, it's right here. You can Google it, you can find it, you can pip install the Google ADK. And there's lots of great stuff here. So you've got all your tutorials, you've got your quick start, you've got your your API reference, all that good stuff. What I want to do is go to the sample agents. Okay. So I'm not going to click on that, but I'll just pretend click, and then I'll share this tab instead. So this is where it would get clicked if I clicked on it. Okay. So this takes us to the okay, this is not exactly what I want. I'll show you a little trick here. Maybe you know this trick, maybe you don't. I'm gonna just change the .com to github.dev. Thank you, friends at GitHub. And now I have Visual Studio Code in my browser. Thank you, friends at Microsoft. Love Visual Studio Code. Now I can go to Python and I can go to the agents. So when you're building out your agents, when you want to figure these things out, when you want to kind of test and run and deploy locally, these are great place to start, right? I want to understand how these things are built. I'm going to understand how they talk to one another. There's every sort of example here. We talked about a travel agent, so I'll just choose that one. It's got code to deploy, the ability to deploy to Vertex, the ability to deploy to Cloud Run. Both have command line. It's got some evals set up for you, a framework where you can put in your evaluations and build your evaluations, of course, your tests and all that good stuff. But we will look at the core of what's going on here, and that is the agent file. So that's probably too small. Let's see if I can. Okay. So this is how we're going to do it. And I think this is important to show because it starts to kind of get your mind thinking about how I would build this out and how I would compose these sorts of things, these cognitive architectures. So what's going on here? I start with a root agent. I tell my root agent, here's your model. In this case, I've chosen Flash. I could choose Pro, whatever. I tell it what, I give it a description. And when you're building out agents, when you're building out any kind of interaction that's going to be with a large language model, it's important that when you describe things, when you name variables, when you make comments, when you give a description of a function, you do it very descriptively, because the models are going to look at these things, read them, and try and understand how they ought to be used. Okay. So I have my root agent, and I have a bunch of agents that do stuff for this root agent. I've got an inspiration agent. Hey, my user asked me for a fun idea. What should they do? And the inspiration agent might go, well, do you like being outdoors or indoors? Do you like, you don't want your inspiration agent to recommend fishing if your customer don't like fishing, right? So it's going to do that job. It's going to understand who the customer is, what their proclivities are. Maybe it accesses some memory about them. Maybe you know this person. Maybe you know what they like, and you're like, oh, John really loved going skiing, or John really loved going to Vegas. We should recommend he go to, whatever, Atlantic City. So, okay, we're booking agent. That's going to handle our bookings, plannings. Okay, we get the idea. But these sub agents can be composed by our root agent in interesting ways, serially, parallel. Each can have their own tools. Each can have their own grounding. Each can have their own model. Each can have their own prompt, so you can prompt engineer each one, teach it how it works. So this is really the root node of what's going on, but it's very, very simple to see how this is then composed. Okay, let's get rid of that. Let's see our prompt. So the prompt file, this is just where you do your prompt engineering, right? And each agent has got its prompt. You tell it, hey, you're a travel agent, you're very friendly, you work with my customer, right? This is where you tell it how it works, tell it what tools it has, what to do, not to do, all that good stuff. You simply give it a character, you give it what good answers look like, you give it what bad answers look like, you give it its, its attitude. This is how you can expose your, brand to the world. This is where you kind of do, hey, this is your attitude. This is what you kind of like, you know, and that sort of thing. Your customer is this sort of person, that sort of person. You're talking to teens, you're talking to adults, you're talking to whatever. Okay. So that's that. And then just here we see the sub-agents. And each of our agents that we gave to our root agent has a sub-agent, right? Very straightforward. So we talked about the inspiration agent. Let's go look at that. And the inspiration agent, all right. Oh, come on now. Come on now. All right. So again, we give it the model, we give it a name, we give it a prompt, we give it a description, we tell it what to do. There's lots of ways to configure these agents. We'll go into that in the future. How do I make it serial? How do I make it parallel? How do I do callbacks? How do I examine what's going on between these agents, right? When one agent tells something to another agent, I want to have an interception layer where I log that, I audit it, I make sure it's right, I apply some closed form solution, I apply guardrails, I do lots of different things as these agents are talking back and forth, right? The ADK gives you all kinds of interception layers and all kinds of ways to pass functions and all kinds of ways to build tools so you can kind of introspect what is going on between your agents, debug these interactions with your agents, right? You can't just throw all these agents out in the world and then your root agent goes, well, I don't know what to do, and then you can't figure out what the heck just happened, right? So you will see when someone demonstrates kind of the ADK web interface, it allows you to debug. It will give you a graph. It will give you reasoning. Here's why I called this agent. Here are the parameters I passed to this tool. Here's what was returned. You can flow through that and see where am I, going wrong, or which agent is not understanding what the right thing to do is, which agent is calling the wrong tools. So it's really this framework that allows you to get going quickly, but also build quickly and debug quickly, which is so important when you're working with, something that is essentially entropy at its core, right? These are not deterministic solutions. There's entropy at the core of these models. And so you can't always be sure. I got this a lot, not in my current company, but somewhere where I was before, I won't talk about. It's like, hey, we don't want it to say dude. Well, okay, don't say dude to it, right? If oh, hey, dude, how you doing? And the model comes back, well, I'm doing great, dude. It's like, oh, but make it not say dude. Well, it's not a closed form solution, right? So there's always these funny issues. And again, each has their prompt. You get the idea. So this model, this agent has a different prompt. It has a different job. It has a different character. It has different tools, all that great stuff. Okay, so these are the sample agents at the ADK. Amazing place to go and get started. Download the ADK. It's got a local tool. So when you build out your agents, you say ADK web. It's going to bring up this the web interface that we've built for you. It's going to let you select your agents, interact with your agents, debug your agents. Super, super cool framework. You will learn all about it in the course of the conversation. But I just wanted to give this motivation and a little bit of how these things are formed, what the top level details are, so you can understand and start to imagine, hey, where is this going? What does my cognitive architecture look like on the ADK? How would I build out my agents, my sub agents? And I have this conversation with startup founders all the time, and they're doing the thing that I said don't do. They're pulling a bunch of data, they're handling it all to Gemini Pro 2.5 and going, figure all this out. It does work, but then they go, it's expensive. Right? So think about your cognitive architecture. I need a plumbing agent. I need an electrician agent. I need a carpet installer agent. My plumber doesn't know about installing carpets. My electrician doesn't know about roofing and drywall, right? You divide up your workloads and you divide up your use cases into logical components, and then you build each component separately, and then you have that really smart model at the top layer go, okay, I'm going to reason about all this good stuff I just got back, figure out who I'm talking to, understand my brand awareness and how I need to speak with this customer, and be very conversational going back. You save money, you save time, you build out this reasonable and logical architecture. It's all segmented, so when your electrician agent screws up, you don't go looking at your plumbing agent and all that good stuff. Okay, just like just like software engineering. There's no magic here. Okay. Let's go back. Share this tab instead. Share this tab instead. That was the demo for 80K. Wow. Okay. How we doing? How we doing on time? Okay. Pretty good. Pretty good. We covered a lot. So that was a lot. We went through this kind of motivation. We looked at the hyperscalers and the things that the foundational models that have been built. We kind of thought about our reasoning behind where we might build our startup, how we might disrupt, where we might disrupt, how we would build an agent to do that. We talked about vertical agents. We discussed this confluence of technology, this really important set of things that has come together to really empower us to do this in a fast and efficient and reasonably cost way. So now is the time. These things just happened. I'm not talking about stuff that happened a year ago or 2 years ago. I'm just talking about stuff that happened a month ago. Okay. So, the pace is insane. Now is the time to take advantage of it. We talked about how the Google products, particularly the Google Cloud products, map to these important confluence of technology, the Gemini, the Vertex, and the platform as a service, and the platform itself, along with the tools, 80K. So a lot of great things, covered a lot. We'll go into lots of depth on each one of those things. But I absolutely and certainly appreciate you spending some of your valuable time with us and me today. I hope you found this valuable. I hope you found it informative and somewhat enjoyable. I do my best. So with that, I will call Aaron back and we will do some Q&A. How's that sound?
Awesome. Thanks, John. I was curious about the plants behind you, so super helpful to hear from Gemini.
Yeah, Gemini knows. I don't know. Gemini's way smarter than me on this issue, at least.
It was great. Very informative. We've got lots of questions for you.
Amazing.
In the chat and the Q&A. So
Amazing.
I'm going to ask you a few and we'll see how many we can get through. All right. So first one, I'm interested in knowing how to build agents using vibe coding. What are the right tools that Google provides? AI Studio, Gemini Code Assist, or Jules?
All. Okay, all. So those all orthogonal, right? They do some similar things, but not exactly the same thing. So AI Studio is a terrific place to start. It is specifically designed to help you vibe code with the Gemini API and the Gemini model. So you can go there. There's a ton of cool examples. I didn't have time to drain all the amazing examples that the team has put there, but they have put games and they have put different agents and they have put all kinds of stuff. So you give it your prompt and then you work with it, because another thing I didn't show is Gemini comes up on the left-hand side. So you can continue to iterate. You're not stuck with what is built. You can edit those files yourself. You can ask Gemini and AI Studio, hey, I'd make this blue red, put a hat on the bunny, whatever you want to ask it. And then you check it in. So you pull it down, it's all good. You check it into your GitHub, and that's where Jules comes in. Okay, Jules is going to look at your repo. Okay, so you're going to point Jules at your repo, and you're going to give Jules background tasks to go do. So you would say, one of the things I asked Jules to do is I forked the ADK, I pulled down the ADK, I pointed Jules at the ADK, and I started making additions to the ADK that I would want. So I told Jules, they've since added this capability, but I told Jules, build a command line option to deploy to Vertex AI. And it said, okay, I'll go do that. And then Jules goes off, do, really smart. And then it comes back with, here's all the chat, here's the PR, here's what I changed, here's what I did. And then I can say, okay, yeah, this looks good. I'll integrate this. I'll take this. So Jules is that kind of background agent that's going to take more complex tasks on your repo and go do them, right? So you can build the original MVP or the prototype, and you can iterate on it, make sure your customers like it. Very fast iteration in AI Studio. Then you can add those more complex and difficult features either yourself or in coordination with Jules. And then and then you can deploy. There was one other technology that was mentioned there.
Yep, AI Studio, Gemini Code Assist, or Jules.
Yeah, Gemini Code Assist is going to sit there in your IDE, whatever that is. Visual, I use Visual Studio Code. You might use Cursor, you might use Windsurf to bring your own key, Gemini, and that's going to help you. Not only tab complete, but it's going to help you. You say, hey, Gemini, do this or that to the code, or why is the code this way, or why I got this error, what the heck happened. So that's going to inform you on tasks that you're doing in conjunction with the AI. Gemini, the assistant's not going to really go and change your code. If you say, hey, write a function that does X, Y, Z, it will write the function, and you can look at it, and maybe you pull it over. You can highlight your code, and you can say, look at this code. What did I do? Here's the error I got. So all three, they're all tools. They're all great tools, but they all do a slightly different thing in this kind of world of vibe coding, so to speak, or even more. It's not just vibe coding, right? Jules, for example, and Gemini in the IDE are not just for vibe coding. And there's another Gemini in the Cloud Console. So when you go to console.google.com and you're interacting with GCP, the Gemini that's in there is super well grounded on best practices, on the documentation for GCP. So I've given up trying to figure out G Cloud commands at this point. I just ask Gemini, I'm just give me a G Cloud command that does this. Boom, done. Right? I don't even try and remember anymore, which is great for people who don't remember so well. Okay, how is that? Reasonable?
That was great. Super clear. Okay. Somewhat related to that, we have another question about whether or not AI Studio is ADK enabled, or in other words, can you ask AI Studio to write the agent using ADK?
You can ask. I don't think so.
Okay.
I could be wrong. So if anyone else knows who's a moderator or a Googler and can correct me if I'm wrong, because I will tell you this. Our friends at Google DeepMind are shipping very, very quickly. So what is in the AI Studio today is not generally what's going to be in AI Studio tomorrow. So that is constantly changing, constantly improving, lots and lots of things on a day-to-day basis. Logan and the team are just crushing it. So I don't think so, but if anybody can check me on that, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll get some folks to check and verify. That sounds good. All right, we've got two more questions for you. I think we can squeeze them in. So next one is, how do you break down real world problems into manageable chunks so that multiple agents can be summoned to work on them?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is, typical software engineering, single responsibility principle, right? So I'm going to think about my agents as far as, here's my work breakdown structure. So you build a work breakdown structure. How do I build a house, right? When you do a work breakdown structure of a house, you don't say, I'm going to build cooking, I'm going to build sleeping, right? You don't do that. You say, I'm going to build a foundation. I'm going to build my electrical system. I'm going to build my plumbing system. I'm going to build my frame. So you build your work breakdown structure on how I do the thing I want to do with least, single responsibility if I can. So I will come up with a certain set of agents, could be 3, 4, 5, could be 1 or 2, that do things and do them well. Now, in the world of agents, this will tend to be a tasks or a closely grouped set of tasks. Like I was saying, you might have a plumber agent, but that's complex, right? Plumbing is very complex. I'm not a plumber, but it gets complex, right? You could build plumbing for a house. You could be building plumbing for outdoors. You could be building a sprinkler system. You could be building plumbing for a 110-story skyscraper. Very, very different, very complex. Lots of laws, lots of rules, lots of regulations, lots of stuff you got to know when you do those kind of things. So you start to break down, what am I actually trying to build? What does this agent need to know? Okay, here's a reasonable set of agents that would do that. And presumably you are an expert at the top level thing. Like, how to build that, right? That's where you're bringing the value to the table, is like, I know how to do this better than other people, right? That's the core of your startup, is everybody else on earth is screwing up and I know what to do, right? And so you have that vision, and that comes from you.
Awesome. I think we have time for one more we can squeeze in before the final reminder.
Squeeze in, so don't talk so much. Okay, I got it. I'm
Not
with
at
you.
all.
Got it.
Okay, so this one is, I think, will be helpful for a different portion of attendees. So, how is Google architecture enabling non-technical founders to put their ideas into reality without having to hire a technical subject matter expert?
This is an amazing question. I have been. Boy, we have to squeeze this one in. You gave me this one. I love this question because it's so very, very important. Um, we absolutely are moving in the direction of empowering more non-technical users, business users, to engage in software engineering. You will see much more of that coming out of our tools. We want that to happen, right? We want to engage more people. We want to bring more people into the process, right? We want to collaborate across these groups more effectively. Um, we're not there yet. So when you interact in a vibe coding way, whether that's with Cursor or that's with Gemini or that's with AI Studio or any other tool, Replit, you get the feeling, and someone who's going from 0 to 1 in software engineering might really get the feeling that the agent is the lead coder and I am not. Well, that's not the way it is. You're still the lead engineer, right? You're still responsible for what gets built. When you hit deploy, it's you hitting deploy. It's you putting something out there in the world. And I've been working in software engineering 30 years. So these things come natural to me. We just don't think about them. But someone new to software engineering who we are trying to bring in might not know this. So you are the lead engineer. You are responsible for understanding security. You are the one responsible for making sure that your customer data doesn't get exposed. You are the one to make sure that all your systems are GCP helps, right? When you spin up Cloud Run, it's very locked down. You have to go and make a network. You have to poke holes in the firewall. You have to explicitly say turn on anonymous. Like when you make things in the cloud in GCP, they're locked down, right? You have to open them up. You are turning the switches and turning the dials to expose more things. So it helps you in that manner. But at the end of the day, when you hit deploy, it's your responsibility. You're the lead engineer, so you have to know. Yeah, I followed security best practices. I followed architecture best practices. I can deploy this thing in the world. I believe in it, right? And that means architecture reviews, and that means architects. We're just not there yet, where I can honestly tell you, just go vibe architect yourself into a secure system. Maybe someday, but you should still hire me or someone like me. Not self-serving at all. Not trying to save my own job. Anyway.
Awesome. Thank you so much, John. And I did
Of
just
course.
want to confirm for the group on the AI Studio ADK question, we had a moderator say, no, it is not enabled, at least not yet. So
Cool.
Thank you, Rolando, for confirming that for us. John, thank you so much for all your expertise. And
Thank you,
all the
Erin.
questions.
I really, really appreciate this opportunity. You are the genius. I'm so happy you gave me this opportunity. Thank you again.
Awesome. Well, thank you. We'll let you get some water and some food, hopefully. I'm going to just run through a few final reminders for everyone ahead of the session on Thursday. I promise that I will go through this quickly. I know we're at time. So first things first, for anyone who isn't familiar, just wanted to draw your attention to the Google for Startups Cloud program. So as you're starting this Gen AI and Agentic AI learning journey with all of us, we are confident that you're going to want to try the products and solutions you see referenced and discussed and demoed. So if you are a startup, you can apply for this program. It is up to $350,000 in cloud credits via the program, so that you can start building Gen AI solutions for your business pretty much instantly. We have different tiers, starting with a $300 free trial. We have a $2,000 start tier, and then we have additional credits to support your growth and scaling. So again, various support offers for every different stage of startup. We even have tailored programs for AI first startups and Web3 companies. So scan that QR code or visit the link on the screen. We've also pinned this in the Q&A section below the video. We'd be happy to chat about the program with you and how it can help you build, scale, and grow. All right, second thing, we know that you really started diving deep with John today. We covered a ton of technical and strategic ground. And so one of the biggest challenges after a session like this is really kind of taking your excitement and energy and knowledge back to your teams, getting alignment, getting buy-in. And so this AI agent handbook is a really simple, powerful, and visual way to share your vision and show, you know, your teams how and where to start. So this handbook has 10 practical hacks to use AI agents for your business. It isn't just a recap of what we discussed. It really is a strategic asset that we would love for you all to explore. So we've got another link or QR code for you guys to scan, and we'll share this in our follow-up materials. It is also on our main landing page in the resources section. So check it out. Last but not least, we are always happy to share that we have a dedicated Discord channel for this community. So you and your teams can continue the conversation with fellow attendees, peers, enthusiasts. So join us. Scan that QR code, use the link, join the community. We've got Google experts on there as well. We're here to answer questions, and it's really there for you all to connect and stay connected before and after class. Last but not least, all that's left is for me to remind you of our next session, which will be Thursday, June 12th at the same time. This one will be focused on architecting intelligent agents. So how do you really build the foundation for success? You can add it to your calendar. It will be packed full of practical tips and strategic tips from our AI experts, Abraham and Luis, who are absolutely fabulous. Don't miss this one. Again, thank you all for joining today. We hope to see you all back on Thursday. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
I hope I joined the right ones. Put me in every group, every topic, all the topics. I want to know every single topic. Okay, I'm signing up for the Discord, but did I pick? Okay, I did some of the things I needed to do. I didn't do everything, but I need to take a break. It's 2:30. I've been sitting here since like 9:30, 10. Okay, I might listen. I probably will listen back to his talk again because it was really good. It's a good overview. I mean, I'm like already familiar with agents and stuff like that, but still, I felt like his overview was really good. And I'm surprised. I don't know. I guess I haven't used the AI Studio, Google AI Studio. It's super powerful. So I might be building some stuff in the AI Studio this week. Not might be. I really need to. I just don't know when yet. So let me see. The next session is tomorrow. Actually, let me see what time is the sessions. I need to get these on my calendar. It's like this time tomorrow. Well, no, I think this countdown is for the other region. Let me see. Close this. It is. Am I? Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong one. Here we go. Week 1. One to 2:30 tomorrow. Oh, you know what? calendar. I duplicate this. Go back on Tuesday. Baby, what are you doing? I was see. Yeah, okay. Save that. Okay, so now I still don't have. Wait. Okay, I'm kind of annoyed now. Maybe I did it too fast or I skipped one. Okay, I guess everyone saved except I need this one on the calendar. There we go. Okay, so now my sessions are on the calendar. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm gonna try to stream. I was just seeing if I had anything else going on during that time frame, which I don't. Okay, let me see. Yep, okay, good. I don't have anything overlapping tomorrow, so I'm gonna stream at the very least. I think probably like 12 to. I have a meeting at 3, so 12 to 3 would be good. Let me see. Check my email. Yeah, so I don't see anything else different. So I'm assuming tomorrow that I should be able to stream probably in the 12 o'clock range. The session is from 1 to 2:30, so I want to at least stream for that. And then let me see, what are they gonna talk about tomorrow? Depending on how much other work I get done earlier in the day, I really wanted to go through and do the labs. Let me see what the labs look like right now. And then this is that white paper. Can I download this? Ooh. I need to start charging my iPad up again. Or one of these other phones. I need to use one of these phones to have content just loaded up that I can kind of read through. Let me do this one. Charge my iPad. All right, I broke my connection again. What happened? Okay. What? I got stuff on my shirt. A lot of stuff on my shirt. You ready to go? Okay. Oh, shoot. Okay, I gotta do all this just to download that. Baby, stop. What are you doing? Why you put this over here? Here. Well, I don't want to hold it. All right. Baby. What if you put it on the table over there? Go put it on the table. Don't drop it. Okay, I need a plan. Let's see. I have to download that. This is the white paper. White paper about agents. All right, this is a good read, I think. I need to save that somewhere. Let me put it in Drive. Okay, labs. Get started with Vertex AI Studio, prompt design, challenge lab. Yeah, see, I got a decent amount of labs to do. Follow these steps to redeem your credits. Paste this link when you are prompted for using a specific URL. Okay, so I'll probably set all this stuff up tomorrow because I do have to do a little process to add my credits. I didn't see, let me see something. I didn't see where I got that email though. Actually, I probably did. Let's see. I saw the reminder that we had class. So I'm assuming if I got that, I should have got some type of acceptance. U of M and MSU targeted for state funding cuts. Mm-hmm. Mm. That's interesting. Okay, I got distracted. Startup school. It says the email is called what? Get ready for startup school. Is it in my spam? Because I definitely don't have that one. I got a lot of other ones, but not that one. Oh, you're confirmed. Okay. Reading is fundamental. You're confirmed. You're on the guest list. Okay, so I do have all the information. Recommended labs again. Is this? Oh, thank you. Justice, what are you doing? Let's see. Okay. So yeah, I got all the information, I guess. We'll definitely keep going, but not today. Well, not right now anyway. I need to take a break and take Justice for a walk. But the session next week, I mean, the next session is tomorrow, so I should see y'all tomorrow. It starts at 1. It starts at 1 Eastern time. So I'll try to go live like a little bit beforehand just to get settled. But I'll probably, like, my goal, I think, is to, once I start stream, I can work on making sure I have all my cloud credits set up. I technically have cloud credits on Cloud Skills Boost, but can never have enough credits. So I'm gonna go through all the steps I need. Plus, some of my credits are gonna expire, so I don't want my credits to expire. So I'm gonna go through that. Set up everything I need for Cloud Skills Boost so I can do the labs, and then I already have like what 4 or 5 labs I can do. So let me see. Go back. Yeah, that's documentation. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 labs. And some of these labs I might have did before because some of them are Gen AI, but like this Gen AI agents. Actually, some of these look new because like multimodality didn't exist in Gemini last year when we did the other startup school. So yeah, I can read the screen now. The repo is the agent. It's the repo where they have all the Gen AI notebooks for this. It's, baby, please stop. Hey, stop. What you doing? If you don't want to be up here, why you up here? I don't know either. Here, go on. Yo, all this stuff is if you have Discord, just go to the AI ML channel. The Cloud on Air link to the school startup school is there, and all of the resources and everything are like all this stuff is listed because it's a lot of stuff. They have like the different documents that have all of the gone. They got the different documents that have all of the labs. There's labs that correspond to each session. Hey. But there's also labs you need to do in order to like get the free Cloud Skill Boost credits. Hey. Bye. Bye. See you later. See you later, alligator. See you later. What was I gonna say? The repository that they have linked is all of the Gen AI notebooks. So if you never used notebooks before, notebooks are like an interactive like Python / markdown file. Hey, stop. And a lot of the examples will be built out in a notebook, and you could just run the notebooks. Hey, ready for a nap? Nap time? It is. It sounds like nap time. Nap time? Nap time? It's nap time. I think so. I want to take a nap. Nap time?
No.
That's you. And that's me. Yep. Yep. So we need to go take a nap now. You singing your number? Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. All right, come on. You need your diaper changed. Look. You're so silly. Mm-hmm. Did you have enough screen time for today? Don't press no buttons. You ready to go? What'd I say? You gonna say bye-bye? Hmm? Ready to go? Say bye-bye. Say bye. Yes, say bye. Say bye. You so silly. We can stream again tomorrow. Mm-hmm. You so silly. All right, come on, little big boy. Bye. I'll see you later. You goofy.